The final conflict or finale in the story of The Hobbit was the Battle of Five Armies. But what 5 groups or factions did Tolkien think of when he named this battle? 4 are pretty easy to guess. We have the dwarves, men, elves, goblins/orcs, but what was the 5th army? My name is Chris, aka The Philosopher's Games, and today we dive into the question, what was the 5th army in the Battle of Five Armies? As always, I try to pronounce names as Tolkien described it. Shoutouts to the artists who allowed me to use their fantastic artworks in my videos, and of course, spoiler warning. But let us begin. This question I was asked some time ago during a LotR Q&A stream on my channel. And there I answered the question wrong. I said the 5th army would be the Eagles, but that seems not to be the case. In The Hobbit we find the correct answer. So began a battle that none had expected, and it was called the Battle of Five Armies, and it was very terrible. Upon one side were the goblins and the wild wolves, and upon the other were elves and men and dwarves. Even in the first edition of The Hobbit, so the original release from 1937, we find the exact same sentence, with only one small difference: wild is not yet written with a capital letter. For those who don't know, for the release of The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien changed The Hobbit in some parts a little bit, mainly in the chapter Riddles in the Dark, to make it fit more to the story of The Lord of the Rings. This version is then called the 2nd edition. He later even considered to rewrite all of it, I think it was in the 60s. He even wrote, I think, 3 chapters for this already, published in History of the Hobbit. I think Matt, Nerd of the Rings, made a video about this recently. One could say now, case closed, question answered, thank you for watching, see you next time. But isn't it kind of strange that the wild wolves are the 5th army and not the eagles? And there's actually a bit more to this than you might think, because Tolkien definitely had a lot of different iterations during the time he wrote The Hobbit. And that is something I would like to look into a bit today. First of all, let us look at some arguments why one could even think that the Eagles might be considered the 5th faction or 5th army. The battle in the book is quite different from how Peter Jackson depicts it in his film adaptation, which should surprise no one. In the original, the battle reaches a point where it was not going all that well for our heroes, but then Dóin Ironfoot, that is the Old Norse pronunciation, joined the battle and victory seemed at hand. But then a new wave of orcs followed and things started to look grim again, especially with the enemies having the advantage of the higher ground. Thorin then made a powerful rallying cry towards dwarves, elves and men as a last resort, and though this led to winning back some ground, their numbers were ultimately too small to defeat the goblins, and the Free Peoples were slowly pushed back again towards their defeat. But then Bilbo saw something in the air and shouted, "The eagles! The eagles!" This and the arrival of Beorn made at the end the difference in this battle, because the eagles could attack the goblins on the high ground and neutralize their advantage. Further, Beorn was just mowing through their rows and just throwing them left and right like feathers, as Tolkien wrote. So just looking at the text, one can definitely argue that the eagles had a huge impact on this battle and maybe would qualify to be the 5th army in this battle. As a result, if you have forgotten about this particular quote from the beginning of the video, it is not surprising that many people, me included, might consider the Eagles the 5th army. Of course, there are also arguments against the Eagles. First of all, there were not that many. Do they really count as army then? And also, the statement who were the participants of this battle was made before the Eagles arrived. This would have spoiled their coming later in the battle. So if Tolkien wanted to place this statement earlier, prior to the Eagles arriving, it made no sense naming them there. Further, you have to also consider that this is Bilbo's perspective and he might be an unreliable narrator here, because he got hit by a stone and became unconscious. And then Gandalf told him what happened after that. Though he saw the eagles in the distance, Bilbo did not see what they actually did in battle. So he only has Gandalf's perspective here. In addition, Tolkien also mentions a host of orcs entering the fight, and they also do some work in battle, so of course they can count as an army by themselves as well and don't need necessarily to be counted towards the goblins. In this context, the host of orcs is also mentioned before Bilbo becomes unconscious. If we now consider all these arguments, we can come to several conclusions. First of all, it seems Tolkien did not want to change the name of the battle to Battle of the Six Armies. Further, it seems Tolkien wanted to drop the name of the battle before the eagles arrive and not spoil their coming. As a result, it makes sense that he puts it there and not list the eagles in this counting there. And that makes a lot of sense in my opinion. The other option would be naming the battle and its participants in some kind of debriefing after the battle, or at least after the eagles arrived. And I think that was something Tolkien did not want to do. And I think it also makes sense because, as said, it kind of makes the surprising appearance of the eagles stronger. Now, if we look into the writing process of Tolkien writing The Hobbit, it also becomes clear that he also asked himself this question quite a bit and also did a lot of changes to the battle itself. In the early manuscripts Tolkien wrote of The Hobbit, which are published by Tolkien scholar John D. Radcliffe in his book The History of the Hobbit, the battle was actually not fought at the Lonely Mountain, but close to the Misty Mountains on Bilbo's way back, where the goblins waylaid him. As a result, the dwarves were not there, and we had this battle close to the Anduin Vale. The participants were the Wood Elves, of course, who lived somewhat nearby, and also woodmen of this particular region. Further, we had Beorn and, quote, a troop of bears, and then of course also the wargs and goblins. In these early versions, Beorn is also often called Medwed or even Beorn Medwed. Medwed, I think, is a Slavic word and means in some variations bear, or honey eater to be precise. Knowing this, you can argue that there are still some leftovers in the Hobbit book of this. For example, this quote where Gandalf says, "I have been picking out bear tracks," he said at last. "There must have been a regular bears meeting outside here last night. I soon saw Beorn could not have made them all. There were far too many of them, and they were of various sizes too. I should say there were little bears, large bears, ordinary bears, and gigantic big bears, all dancing outside from dark to nearly dawn." This might also explain why there are dancing bears in Numenor. I don't know if the idea comes from here or not. See Nature of Middle-earth, of the Land and Beasts of Numenor. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I hope you had a fantastic day. And today we will watch the Season 2 Rings of Power episodes 1, 2 and 3 again. And yeah, together. Like I explain at every watch party, I can't of course stream the episode itself here on YouTube, else I get banned. So disclaimer, that is not possible. You have to find other means to watch it. That means over Prime or whatever. And yeah, this will be what we'll do. What I can do though is show you a time code to synchronize with this, and just imagine this as kind of audio commentary or to watch a little watch together. People can interact with chat, I can answer and so on. And that is basically what we are going for here. Yeah, a lot of people already here. Kind of excited to see what's going on. Can't stay long, but want to say hi. Nice to see you. Windenest. Interesting name. Great Beebo's here. Awesome. Silmarillion, of course. Rosemary is here. Joe is back. Nice to see you as well. Mark, Geyer. The name I can't read. And welcome. And Christian is also here. Nice to see you here. Father would make a great wizard as well. That's true. I think that won't be his roles. I guess most people are aware. So let us see. Yeah, I need to show you the time code in a moment. And that I have to set up, I hope. I'm actually not 100% sure I have something set up for it, but in theory... Okay, now I'm a bit worried. It really seems like I deleted it. How is this even possible, chat? Okay, chat, so I have to figure out how this works. At least we don't have to do any DVD switches like with 2 timers and stuff. That was really complicated in the past, if you can remember that. I think I have to just create a text field and then basically link it with a script I have for OBS. And then it should work. I'm not 100% sure it worked like this. I thought I started set up, but some time ago I unfortunately had to redo basically the whole OBS setting for the my whole setup here for OBS. So there's that. So let us see. Well, it should work for now, chat. Oh no, there's other scripts not there anymore. As I have to do this with a different program, I think. Count down. I need to do a count up. Text source. Time code. Okay, that I think works. Well, do we need... We don't need the version. So look how... We didn't start yet, just setting up the timer for it. Where do we place it, chat? I did not really think about it when I created this, chat. The background image. Where we put it here. And then, yeah, with this timer you can then synchronize. If you join in later, whatever, people can see, oh, he's at 34 seconds. And that should work. More than an hour we won't need. Maybe I have to set it up a bit more generously for the next time, but it should work. There was also, I think I also created a version of it where it plays an offset. It doesn't matter too much, chat. Something like this. Just for completeness sake, chat. What I need to do, we just switch the font for it. Something like that, chat. Okay, we got this. And then we should be done. We should get started. We did not start yet, Gaia. I'm just setting it up. Just don't worry. Oh, I can just do this. Time code, stop, reset. Okay, that should work. We have not started yet. And just maybe to make it a little bit so people know what's going on. Maybe it's a bit text heavy then, but I don't know. I think it's not really needed, isn't it? So yeah, I think I explained everything, right, people? You know what's on. Are there any questions, chat? We will, after we watch the complete episode, then maybe we talk briefly about it and start the next. I wouldn't even wait too long, I think. I always say that, and then, you know, something comes different than I say this. What did I forgot, chat? Oh, yeah, we have to. It's always better to have an outline or something, because then, depending on the background, we are a bit less. Maybe then like this, chat. It's not bad, isn't it? Time code. I would try the background here. Maybe make it. I'm kind of surprised that this is 6 already. Okay, we just maybe go 7 or something, or 5. 5 is okay. Should be okay. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, chat. I think I got it. And yeah, let me just set up here everything on my side as well. And then we should be kind of ready to go. No. This we need. So we start at episode 1, I would suggest. One problem we will have, chat, that is always the problem, is that we have the preview and stuff. So for the timer to work, we just have to sit through that as well, else it doesn't work. But I can tell you maybe if we are through the preview or so, but then only then the time code of the actual episode will align correctly to the timer on my screen, else I would have to set up an offset. That's too complicated right now. So it should be okay. So is everybody ready? He asked what he had, if we had any questions. Can you talk? Yeah, that is the plan, that I talk during the watch. But is the sound okay, chat? Okay, that seems to be right, chat. On my side, I think I'm set up for starting this here. I'm not sure what's going on with you guys, but I hope you are ready. Audio's good. That's awesome. How far is it from the Earth to the Sun in inches? That's a good question. But it should, like in minutes, in light minutes, it should be around about 8 light minutes. I'm not sure what a light minute is in inches, but maybe you can find a conversion into inches. We aren't sure what's going on with us either. Awesome. I wish I could stay, but I need to sleep. I know the problem. I watch it tomorrow, see ya, and have fun. Yeah, thank you, and sleep well. I know it's not the ideal time for some people, but yeah. Can you really be ready for rewatch? Well, we don't watch the first season, so that helps, I think, already. Are you excited for Tom Bombadil? I'm curious, I would say. Very curious. Interesting thing is, the picture as a wizard, another fantasy world. I can't tell if Farazan would also be a good evil wizard. That is true. Or maybe crossing the line in either direction. Yeah, that is kind of true. Talban is a new upcoming wizard. Maybe you could develop this idea further. Yeah, I saw. I don't know how it started. I needed some images from each episode. So Alban's from first episode, the wizard from the second, and Farazan from the last. So I thought I just thought, okay, just put in the bad guys or something in. Rings of Power has some strange writing, but I still like it very much. Yeah, I can see that, for sure. The Dancing Bears. I'm not sure if they will show them. Who knows? Maybe. Yeah, the phone or something like that. It's a bit annoying for sure. Watch the critique of season 2 afterwards. I'm not getting that angry. I made this one more sarcastic video just to poke a bit of fun. Welcome JP, by the way. I think I didn't see you. Livestream are back. Yeah, for sure. 3.5 hours, Chris. Yeah, something like that. The prologue's better on rewatch, in my opinion. Heard about 50% drop. Thoughts? You mean people watching? I'm not sure. Is this a retention rate for the show? I'm not sure. But yeah, it seems like people are ready. Too much people poking fun, and we need to get started, else we will never finish. We're already late as always, but that was to be expected, I guess. So okay, chat. I count down from 3, and then we start the thing. So I hope you are set up. My thing is set at 0000000. So that should it. We are in the first episode called im German Der Elbenkönig hoch im Licht. Elbenkönige, plural, whatever, doesn't matter. I don't have the I don't have the German the German title here. The subtitles set to English. That's funny, but whatever, doesn't matter. I also thought about watching it in German actually because I've never seen it in German. I could switch, chat. Maybe it's unbearable though for me. I don't know. Whatever, doesn't matter. I can switch it, I think, on the fly. So, chat, it's time for countdown. I hope you are ready. And I would say 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, the timer didn't start. Like I said, we can't skip the summary at the beginning. Maybe the dialogue isn't that cringe if you watch in German. Yeah, maybe. The problem might be if I watch it in German that I start to speak German or something. Welcome, Schnarke. Nice to see you. We watch the show together. I can't stream the show, but I can only show you the time code. Did it? Okay. We already have a technical problem. I'm at 1 minute, and the timer stopped for whatever reason. The question is, what am I going to do now, chat? What are we going to do, chat? We can wait a minute for the timer to catch up. I mean, yeah, that could... It's a bit annoying. I think the prologue... When the prologue is done, we have to unfortunately wait a minute for to make the time. I screwed up. Okay, we have a black screen. I think that's the thing. So now we have to pause for a moment. The timer runs a bit further, and we have to keep it catched up till it's at 3:31. So, chat, we have a minute to kind of... Can you set it up for... No, I could. I made it once, chat. That it is possible, but I forgot how it worked. And maybe I made it in a different script because I can't find the script of that anymore. Like, it's a Python script, I think. And I just manipulated that of the original dude to change it, but I can't remember how I did this. I think I put a variable here where the timer starts. But I can't remember it. Else I could just do it on the fly, but fortunately... it becomes complicated. Oh, I think we are good to go, chat. We're already a bit over it. I missed it. But yeah, we have to press play again. Sorry for not... I just looked into the script for a moment and then time just... Now I can in theory pause the timer to synchronize it again. Okay, we are synchronized. Sorry, chat, for the problems. Amazing Vapor, welcome. Good morning. You're early, I think, considering your time zone. Now here's the sentence he says. Funny that the subtitles are translated different in German than what he actually says in German. Many of you might die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. So it's kind of interesting that, I mean, I assume most people, all people have seen the episode already. Not Farquaad speech, yeah, kinda. Yeah, we watched the recap as well. It must, else the timer is not correctly aligned for the Prime thing. So what's interesting here, Sauron does not have the full control over the orcs yet. There could have been a time where this was maybe the case. Remember at the end of Lord of the Rings when the orcs also were confused after Sauron's defeat? They also suddenly didn't know what to do and were kind of wild. There was potentially a time where this was true as well. Here they show that Sauron kind of has a few HP. Definitely didn't read the room. But usually Sauron should have, I don't know, in his direct, when he's close, definitely some power to kind of dominate them in a way. So we want to make sure that he's really dead. In theory, I'm not even sure if like he has his full Maya power there. So they could even hurt them with conventional weapons. You could argue this became possible maybe because Adar used the crown. It's also clear that this happens. Yeah, now his spirit kind of leaves the body, kind of a reference to Peter Jackson. Remember in the prologue when the finger was cut off Sauron, then also this explosion that happens in the prologue. Without the eyes though, so I don't know where the eyes is coming from. I find it also strange that this is supposed to be the crown of Morgoth. That makes no sense at all. Two Silmarilli should be in the crown, so that's clearly not the case here. And we know from the Silmarillion that the Valar took the crown and made like something like, I think Aule forged something out of it, or whoever. The Valar forged something out of it to kind of bind his hands to his feet or something, Morgoth's feet. So the crown doesn't exist anymore. They also need the Silmarilli out of it. It is written on the Amazon more information or discover page. If you click on it, there's a section where the crown says this is Morgoth's crown, indeed. And it seems to appear later, we know it from trailers again. So I could imagine that Morgoth's crown is something he will use at some point, maybe to forge the One Ring or so. Yeah, after Morgoth's defeat, there was actually some time where the orcs are free. You can make some arguments vaguely in this direction. The only thing that is strange is that, Sauron died. He didn't die. If he would have died, he couldn't have taken a fair form. So now comes in a detail that's easy to miss. There's also something blue that's like a bubble gum or something. I always wonder, what is this blue stone there? But yeah, now Sauron has to take a new physical form, and they portray this here in this way, which I find, yeah, why not? Possible. Maybe his wormy slime form is kind of a what do you call it, chat? A reference to the section with the Balrog. We read this in the analysis video. So now look at these stalagmites and stalactites, how small they are in this scene. And now, this is weird, it fades to black. And then look how tall the stalactites and so on are in this cave. So this is potentially some centuries or whatever later. And here we have Mr. Rat. Unfortunately, he has a tough day today because this blob wants to absorb him. So it's not like a week later or something, but a long, long time later. Very cool. He has to survive in the physical reality. You could say that maybe the physical form is made out of matter of Arda, that the Fana of the Ainur. So that's why he has to use matter of Arda to kind of regenerate or something. It's an interesting idea. I think it has not really a foundation, if I'm honest, but we don't know how Sauron regenerates. Like I said, in the books, he does not get killed, else he would not be able to take, in my opinion, a fair form again. So this scene here, I kind of find funny how this blob just falls out of this hole and goes through the snow. Also, this scene's kind of funny, how he falls over them. This poor woman, drinking some booze. I like the detail how he just clings to the wall there. Wheel, not wall. And he's in. The flubber is so funny. Yeah, it looks evil, so I think in this regard they kind of make this clear. Wasted the booze here. Don't drink and drive. And now, yeah, he has his form. I thought first when I saw this, will he now become the woman? Like the, I don't know, like in Terminator. And then he later kills the person who actually is a real Halbrand and takes his body or something, but that's not what they were going for. I mean, it will also be strange in the Tolkien sense, but we're still talking about rings of power, I guess. Also, did the woman not have shoes with her? Or maybe he doesn't need them. And Sauron can, like, we can read that he burns Gil-galad and with his hands, and this is how he died or something like this is the phrase. So he can theoretically create fire. From this perspective, I guess it makes sense that he can create a little campfire. Here in the scene on the stone there, there's written harbor by the sea. Such a nice old man, by the way. It's a bit unfortunate that he didn't play a bigger role in the show. Yeah, they definitely nerfed Sauron in the show for sure. I guess his power comes later back. This is meant from Horden. That's a good... Horden is one of the places in the Southlands, right? Maybe? All I can tell you is that his name in the show is Nicholas Woodison is playing him, and Diarmid is his name. Diarmid. The mighty have fallen. I would just I stopped streaming it. Like the prediction is basically the following. This show runs, the last episode airs October the 3rd, and if you want, you can unsub till the show ends. Maybe give me an extra week to cover the stuff up, and then we return to normal content again. I guess also depends a bit on the reception of the show. It's not like that I don't care. I can't understand what the problem is. Like, I have a Lord of the Rings channel, and I can make... This is Lord of the Rings content. I can tell what's the difference in the books. We can have a book discussion and, I don't know, read from the books and stuff. And it seems like some people want to watch it, so I don't fully understand what the problem is. The problem is, I still don't fully understand why they establish Halbrand and Adar at all. It makes very little sense in the show. Like, I'm very curious what the Adar, like the existence of Adar, what the payoff of this is at the end. So now he takes his symbol there, because he might use his identity or something like that, or create a story. Sauron at the end is a deceiver. Some people say they completely destroyed Sauron's depiction. I would say they nerfed him, like, but the later depiction how Sauron works, how he's a deceiver, that's actually pretty much spot on to some degree. It doesn't make fully sense always, and it's not always fully greatly written in any sense, but yeah. Here this thing just goes away. The question is, why? I mean, you could say it's Sauron's power, that he can control him. Like, Sauron was always somebody who could dominate others, and that was something that fits to him. I know exactly what though. He's in the water, which I find also a bit strange, but I guess that can work. And then, yeah, here we have the beginning of Season 1. Luckily enough, we don't have to watch Season 1. Isn't that awesome? He's like in Ulmo's waters, basically. In this context, it's strange. It's also strange that accidentally Galadriel just swims along. It's just so weird. It felt so artificially, like from a writing perspective, so artificially created. Speaking of artificially created, so Sauron snacks the 3 rings that Celebrimbor created, puts them into his purse, and just leaves Eregion. Galadriel follows him. And now they have this purchase. At the beginning I thought it was like more a friendly thing they're doing there, but it's not the case. Well, there were some people I never noticed before, so that's cool, I think. I still would question the existence of Season 1 was kind of smart. So yeah, Galadriel is kind of not tricked, but lured to Gil-galad and now confronted in this context. I find this is the strangest writing decision I think they had to do, because the whole plotline of Season 2 works only if Galadriel doesn't tell anybody, especially not Celebrimbor, who Halbrand is. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that it was not planned, because we know the story is in the book with, at least to some extent, that Sauron comes to Eregion and deceives Celebrimbor. That is nothing new. I don't see that this is like a response to fan backlash. I don't think that. I just think they are very bad at writing. The problem is the following. I'm watching the show, and the people consuming the content watching the show. So there are definitely people who will watch it. So if you don't want them to make more, you should not watch it. You should not be then in the stream, because then you give it views and so on. Technically, Halbrand touched everything of these rings, which is also completely against what is written in the books. He touched the mithril, he touched the jewels, he touched the dagger. He even carried Galadriel's dagger for some time and gave it back to her at some point. I don't understand the statement always that we are not fans of Lord of the Rings if we criticize the show or, I don't know, compare it to the books. Like, you need somebody who tells the people, what is the difference? Like, if somebody is new, comes to Lord of the Rings franchise, and always reads comments of so-called Miesepeter, that tell people, oh, everything is terrible. Like, you don't have to like the show. It makes complete sense. I can understand that some people just can't watch the show because it annoys them too much. Fair enough. But the problem is always that this show will definitely bring in new people. And you are, with this attitude, we're not really welcoming. And I think there needs places where people tell, well, that is actually what in the book happens. That's what we're doing here. Like, I sit here in 9-hour streams and reading more, I don't know, passages of the book than most other streams, and I still have people who complain to me that I do this. I don't get it. Like, it makes no sense. So we shouldn't talk about the show. Like, that's not how the world works. Every media stuff that comes out gets discussed. That's like human tradition, so to say. I can see that people don't want that, but it's just simply a reality. And also you have to see it from this perspective. While there are some people who are allowed on the internet who don't want to discuss the show and say, I don't know, for example, I would not cover the show. Then people would come and say, hey Chris, why are you not covering the show? You're a Lord of the Rings fan. It's interesting, it's new stuff. We want to know what somebody who knows Lord of the Rings well, and I don't know, to lore videos on YouTube, what is he saying about the show? Does he like? The question would come up constantly if we would not cover it. So those people might be disappointed. I don't understand this extreme. Like no matter how bad a video game, a film, or a TV show is, it gets coverage to some degree. I even covered the Gollum game. It was terrible. So it was more respectful or maybe closer to the thing before. Unpleasant, by the way. So here we learned something important for the show, that people get like this branding, I think you call it, if you swear allegiance to Adar. And here we learned that the king turned himself in. And here he set something up. So what's a kind of like this power over the flesh thing? I assume it reference to the One Ring. Even touch Galadriel. But interesting that it kind of works. that he planted this little doubt in Adar's head that has to develop further. I mean, Adar knows that he was an elf once, potentially. Well, he didn't reach Valinor, but he definitely knows the Ainur. Very strange. Here we have also a weird plot line, the one of the stranger. I like the stranger a lot, like the actor, and I like Nori and Poppy and so on. So I don't mind this a lot. I think, like, if you like the actors and like how they interact with each other and so on, it's so far mostly very lighthearted. It's pretty cool to see, but if you think about it, we are exactly where we are, or where we were in season 1. Like, we have a stranger, he can't control his powers, he doesn't know who he is, and they're just wandering around. It's basically the same, just now at a different place. Only the place has changed, which I find very strange. Because there was a time he had this other stuff, and suddenly he could control his powers, and so on. It is strange. At least he can talk. Yeah, that's the only big plus. He can now talk. So it becomes automatically a bit more interesting than it was in season 1, I guess, but... yeah, she... the actress of Galadriel is Welsh, yeah. Same as the actor of Durin the Fourth, so Prince Durin is also Welsh. I heard that on set they always talk in Welsh. Debbie Downer. The naysayers. I can totally understand why people don't want to watch the show and just find it very annoying. I can understand this, but I can't understand how people get so angry about it that others watch the show, maybe have fun. I also watch it with kind of not pulling out the existence of season 1 here. I like how Nori tries to convince him to use his powers again. Go back. A bit further. Yeah, that is true. Mikkel might have a better voice range, but I would not be mad if what's his name? Daniel Wayman would play Gandalf at some point in some adaptation or whatever. I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. I like him. I can see him as Gandalf. Like, not everybody, not every actor in the world can be Ian McKellen. Like, he's like one in a lifetime actor. Is this even right? Century? I don't know. He's really a very good actor. And he can't control his abilities. We are back to season 1. We're watching all 3 episodes, yes. We're currently, for people who maybe don't have the correct time code, Nori is happy that the tree exploded because bugs coming out of it. Like, for example, there was also coverage of the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Thinking about bad films that also got coverage. I would even make a review about. I didn't do this, but if I had a Star Wars channel, I would also watch them, make a review, maybe have a stream discussing them as well. Even though they are, in my opinion, one of the worst films I've seen in decades. So the question is, who is the stranger? I discussed this here in my critique of the first 3 episodes. The description, that's the best part, they dance. But yeah, I would say, like I said, they hint heavily at Gandalf. He has a grey cloak. He looks a bit like how we would imagine Gandalf. Maybe a bit younger in this regard, I guess. They talk about he needs a Gand. Always follow your nose quote from the end of season 1. They're definitely tunes. He doesn't seem like he's one of. We know he must be one of the Istari, so there are only 5. Blue wizards can be counted as 1, so it's only 4. So it's a 25% chance it's Gandalf. If we now exclude Radagast because he doesn't feel so close to nature in comparison, would Radagast eat bugs? Potentially not. Or make a tree explode? Maybe not. So I would exclude Radagast. Would be possible, I guess, but because Radagast, you could maybe say, is Radagast a bit clumsy? Yeah, maybe. Radagast is also not that wise in comparison, it feels like. At least Saruman thinks very low of him and calls him Radagast the fool. And Radagast does not, even though he has a bit of contact with Saruman, look through his treachery. So that is strange. So yeah, now we switch back to Halbrand / Sauron. And the walk comes up. So very interesting. Waldrek has his fun here, but Sauron. If Sauron gets angry, he kind of often keeps his promises. One is definitely killing Waldrek. Food there also doesn't look too yummy. Has not eaten mushrooms yet, definitely not Radagast. He speaks black speech, which Sauron invented at some point. I could swear I read something that it developed out of a speech Morgoth used or something. I'm not sure about that. And we are back to Lindon, the Grey Havens, Mithlond, as the elves call it. In German, die Grauen Anfurten. And yeah, Elrond just... I can completely understand Elrond here, by the way, that he says, well, we don't know how big the influence of Sauron was on these rings, we should not use them. That's the only right thing to do. And what would be very Tolkien typical here, in my opinion, would also be to have a council and discuss the pros and cons of the rings, like they did with the One Ring and how to destroy it. He says perfection's only in Valinor. He might later change his mind. I love Círdan though. Like how the actor looks. He looks really like Círdan. They hit the right tones, so it seems wise. Beautiful cinematography, beautiful shots. No, I don't know. The problem with black speech is Tolkien didn't record much of it. I also like how Círdan knows he's there. I want to know if he says to the puppy, if you're a good boy and give me dinner back, I feed you the stupid human, something like that. But he also gets his dinner, so... But Sauron is the lord of werewolves in the First Age, so that he potentially has a good way to connect with this makes a lot of sense. Rings and Realms is convinced he's a blue wizard. Sorry for not reading Twitch message for 7 minutes. Sorry for that. Herr in German. That's funny. This is also a stupid scene again. This is the most important message in the Second Age that he holds there in his hand. And he sends 2 messages. Are they kidding me? Why not go there themselves? It makes no sense in my opinion. Like, send an army there or whatever. I don't know why, Mark. Why Círdan shaves. I assume the rings undo the decay. Maybe he looks a bit younger when he has this, and they maybe want to underline this effect by removing the beard, because when with a beard you always look a bit older. I don't know what the reason for that is. So here, Galadriel's back to her old character and says, I want to destroy Sauron. But she should protest here a bit more, first of all, that they should go all together to Eregion right now. Finger alert. But yeah, the Blue Wizard stuff, like, the reason why I don't believe it's a Blue Wizards, because only hardcore book nerds know the Blue Wizards. They pay now for over a season. They went in and decided to make it a mystery, make us guess who could this Blue Wizard, this wizard, this Easter be. Is it Gandalf? Is it the Blue Wizard or whatever? Is it Saruman? Is it Radagast? In my opinion, it can only be Saruman, Radagast, or Gandalf. It's the only options because people know those characters. These are famous characters people have a connection to. You would not need to make this whole effort to make it a secret, and then the payoff at the end is, yeah, it's this Blue Wizard you have never heard about. That's not interesting. Maybe they hope that we book fans, online coverage people hype the Blue Wizards up or something, then maybe it could work, but I don't think that makes a lot of sense. You need a payoff if you do a mystery like this. Who could it be? Is it really Gandalf? Yes. We would be so disappointed if it's just, okay, it's some Blue Wizard I know nothing, I've never heard about. Cool. But when it's revealed it is Gandalf, then people sit in their chair and cheer. Yeah, cool, Gandalf is back. Awesome. This is how Gandalf comes to Middle-earth. No, it's not. In the book, he comes 1,000 years into the Third Age. It has nothing to do with the Second Age. But whatever. I think, though, that the Dark Wizard might be a Blue Wizard. That would maybe work. I still hope I'm wrong and that they are the Blue Wizards, to be honest. But it would not be a great payoff. Same when they would just make Easter up, he's a Green Wizard or something. So yeah, Círdan wants to destroy this. He at least listens to Elrond's concerns, takes them serious, and tries to sink the rings into the ocean. If you look at the map of Middle-earth, you see that where the Blue Mountains now are, they were also there in the First Age, where there was a landmass beyond it called Beleriand, which was sunk into the ocean. And there's this weird rift in the middle of these Blue Mountains, where now the harbors of Lindon are. And like a huge bay there now. So you could maybe argue, yeah, something powerful happened there and maybe created a deep hole into the ground or something. And this is what the inspiration for why there's especially deep rift there or something. I don't know. I like how Elrond just tries to get time. There's interesting dialogue here. I like how kind of cool he sits there in his boat and just almost like he controls the boat with the power of his mind. I also think the actress is very fitting for Galadriel for sure. Just wish she would be written better. Here we already... The trailer's already spoiled that Poppy, if you looked very deeply into it, frame by frame, you notice that Poppy was still there. So, spoiler, Poppy followed them, which I think was a good idea. It would be interesting for readers. Yeah, that's what I mean with the Blue Wizards. It's not the reason why they are the Blue Wizards. They would only be interesting for readers, but not for normal people. For most people, I think. That's why the Gandalf would be the better payoff. For all people. I think Saruman is definitely a bait here for the Dark Wizard. It makes no sense. Even for the standards of this show, that makes too little sense. Episode 4 is still like, how many hours? 10.5 hours away. So we won't make it that far. I also need to sleep to watch it tomorrow and be kind of fit. Rosemary won't survive covering 4 episodes, yes. Yeah, she has great chemistry with Norris. Great that they put Poppy in there. I'm not sure if this was a plan all along or not. So I think it was. I wouldn't say I called it, but I also had the theory that maybe she follows them or something. Because it feels strange that they separate ways. The music is pretty cool. So here we have an interesting scene. And I first watched this, I thought the rings you wanted to throw into the water just bounced off the water basically again. But what happens in truth is that Ulmo notches his boat from behind and then he lets go of these rings again. And then they fall not in the water but into the boat for reasons. And then he inspects them closer and decides to take his ring. I mean, I still find it a bit strange to say, well, I just took one of the rings already. Who else you're gonna give them? There are only 4 elves in Lindon anyway. They also say that use the term for the first or for the elder days. in German, altvorderen Zeit. Such a cool term, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe it looks like this. But the rings of power are not manipulating rings in of themselves. Like that is... the rings of power manipulate through the One Ring, but that is not forged yet. Oh, Rosie's here, welcome. Just stopping by to say hi to all you wonderful people. Yeah, it would be cool to have... I like how he just is thinking when he's looking down, putting his head down. How am I going to phrase this? Because words in Tolkien's world have power. Like the old Sauron, I think, also would have killed him here. Ulmo is the Lord of Waters. He's the Valar of the sea, so to say. And Círdan let's say Círdan has worked with Ulmo before. And I think the Lord of Waters kind of gives Círdan a hint here by tipping the boat, for however he does this, in an unusual way, that he says, you should maybe not throw these rings away, maybe keep them. And this, I think, Círdan interprets in the way that he says, okay, this is a sign potentially of the Valar, of Ulmo maybe, that he should keep the rings. And it's not wrong to keep the rings in this situation, I think, especially... This is the evil grin here of Sauron, the actor Charlie Vickers plays it so well. Yeah, that's such a good day. Got you. This is a song of Gil-galad, that's pretty cool. And now the elves have to leave Middle-earth, it seems. It seems not all are invited, like Eregion, for example, is not invited. They don't even know that the elves were in the front of leaving. Yeah, he vows to the Lord of Mordor, not Adar. He carefully phrases his oath because he knows, well, I would be bound to it. I don't want to do that. You know this, and non-readers know that, but that's a problem, I think, of this scene. Yeah, song is well done. But I still don't understand why Eregion was not informed that the elves are leaving. We should leave now. Very strange. And Círdan comes. I would love, though, for him to explain his change of mind, though. The show doesn't do well. The problem is often the show sometimes uses stuff or knowledge that normal viewers don't really get. I think I heard often that by people who don't know the books so well, that they often are confused by the show because it doesn't explain stuff. Yeah, it's true. The rings lean on the question, are the rings also already manipulating? Yeah, the season has definitely its moments. I think also season 1 had its moments, to be fair, but I think it got better here in this season. I also don't like how he says no and he just suddenly dropped the rings. It's kind of stupid. But now they do this so that one of the rings falls towards Galadriel, and she knows the ring has chosen me, something like that. But like I said, I don't think that the rings have these kind of powers in this regard. Like, the difference is the One Ring has this power. The reason for that is that the One Ring is Sauron also. Like, it's part of his being, his will and his power. Big parts of it are inside this ring, and that is why the One Ring chooses its bearer. And yeah, that's my opinion strange. And the rings are working as promised, and now the elf see Elrond, the rings are working. But he's still not fully convinced because we don't know the designs of Sauron. He's completely right. That's why I think a council would have been a better solution, even though it's more boring than how they actually portrayed this. And the reason for that is, and they could discuss the pros and cons and come to a decision. And even though, like what the show, for example, Galadriel says, I feel that the rings are not touched or sullied by Sauron or something. And she might be right, but I wouldn't bet the existence of me falling for Sauron and the destruction of Middle-earth and so on. Like, what Sauron is basically doing with his rings, he installs a backdoor. And then I find a bit strange. I like the theory that the assistant of Celebrimbor is actually I don't think so. That's true though. But this actress, what was her name? Mirdania. I think a reference to Gwais I Mirdain. Mirdan means jewel. And already the last scene of this episode here. That Mirdania is Galadriel's daughter. That would be an interesting plot twist. Nobody knows that it is secretly her daughter, but they need a place for her, and this is where they put her. Because every time you see her from behind or something, of course from the face she looks different than Galadriel, but the hair and so on, her clothes, she looks very like Galadriel, so that's interesting. The question is, I don't know which hair color Celebrian would have. She could have silver hair, also golden hair, a mixture of these two, who knows? She could also have dark hair, because I think her children all have dark hair, but that could be to Elrond who had it. And this was episode... what is it called? It is episode 1. That's the name. What does the emoji mean that she's hot? So, actually prefer this actress to the one from... I also really like Kate Blanchett, though, to be fair. I have to say, Kate Blanchett, especially how they depicted her in the Peter Jackson films, has this otherworldly being aura that Galadriel's actress here in the show currently does not have. It doesn't mean that she couldn't portray that as well, in my opinion. But the Mordovith Clark is I don't know, closer to reality, if that makes sense. Hard to describe. But this depends, of course, also on, I think, how she's portrayed, how they show her in the show. So yeah, there was 1 hour and 9 with the prologue stuff. That's not the prologue, but you know, the recap stuff from the beginning. So, Ted, what do you think? I had to go check what the hell was wrong with Ada's face, then I get it. Hey, no spoilers. What store woman, though? You mean this? I think it's not a woman, I think it's a man, to be honest. I'm emoji illiterate, that's funny. But yeah, I don't know. It's seeing this again. I like the pacing of this episode quite a bit. It was not that there was a lot of stuff told in this episode, but it didn't feel so busy compared to the first episode of season 1. I think the pacing was a lot better here. It was interesting to see now the setup for the second season here. Even though there were definitely some parts I would still criticize in this episode, in this show in general. But I can kind of live with it that they are all, how to say, based on what they did before. This is built on the foundation of season 1, and they can't undo season 1. I think they could have done things better. The question, why do we need Adar? Why don't we need Sauron? Yeah, I think the reason might be when you would establish Sauron earlier, then they could not play the guessing game. The question, though, is, was the guessing game enough? Also, welcome, M2Nice. Didn't see you. I don't look that much at Twitch chat because the other chat's just so much busier. And I have sometimes trouble to catch up with the other chat as well. But yeah, it's, in this regard, weird. Because I think we would not have needed this guessing game, to be honest. Not to this extent. Or they could have just put Sauron in Mordor into an armor that you can't see his face, and then in more or less parallel he plays Halbrand or whatever. I don't know. They could also have placed, like, I don't know, the mouse of Sauron in Mordor or something like this. Like, he has an ally, like a very close one, and while he's not there, he looks over stuff for the time being. He has the authority there, something like that. I think would have worked better than what they're currently going for, but we have to see how this plays out. Because what I don't understand is, so in this season, we see Halbrand going to Adar. The question is, why? Like, he wants to control the elves with the rings. So he has to go there and let them create rings of power. And then he creates the one ring to control the elves. The rings of power are a backdoor into their mind, so to say. But why would he need that Eregion is attacked? Like, that makes no sense. Why does he need to attack Eregion? Like, in the original version, the elves search for the stuff. Like, in the book version, the elves keep the rings themselves, and when Sauron makes the one ring, it doesn't work. And then he's angry. And then he attacks Eregion. Because he wants these rings back. In the books, his motivation is he attacks Eregion to get the rings. But here in the show, the rings of power are not forged for Eregion, but directly for men and directly for the dwarves, it seems. At least this is what the show implies. So in this regard, what is his motivation to even attack Eregion and use valuable army forces there? He hasn't even created the one ring yet to basically get the fruits out of this. Okay, so there must be some reason why he attacks Eregion. I think the reason might be to weaken Adar. So he needs to take control over Mordor at some point. And I think he does it by letting Adar potentially be killed in Eregion in the attack of the elves and so on. That's why he wants to attack there. Otherwise, why else would he want that Adar comes to Eregion and basically disturbs him in his plans? That makes no sense. So I think there are two things he needs from Adar. I would assume he maybe needs the crown of Morgoth, because it was introduced and it has on the Amazon page, it has its own entry for whatever reason. It could be just a random entry, but I could imagine that there's a bit more going on, that he might need the crown of Morgoth to create the One Ring. I could even imagine something like this, chat. And this is an interesting one. Like, I criticized a bit that he still could take a fair form or regenerate and so on when he lost his physical form in the show, when he was stabbed by the crown with Adar. Maybe a part of Sauron's will or being was then bound to this crown already. And this is what they want to use for the One Ring then, or as an inspiration to create the One Ring, something like this. But because this might be the case, he wants the One Ring, this crown back. And Adar, as we know, still has a crown. So that's maybe why he needs to defeat Adar or whatever and weaken him, that he can take control over Mordor, over the orcs, and then also over this crown. That's the theory. And he does it by making Adar attack his foes. And this is now his big plan. I'm not sure, chat, if this sounds in any way, shape or form smart. Yeah, we know from, to be fair, it's a little spoiler, I guess, because, but in the trailers and even in the preview at the end here of this episode, there's like a preview what happens. Of episode 1. In this preview, you see that Adar attacks Eregion. Well, Adar definitely cares as much that Adar controls the orcs, which are potentially his forces that he needs to control Middle-earth. Like, Sauron's plan is always to rule the world. And he can only do this, for that he needs an army. Where does he get his army from? Orcs, because who else would join him? Potentially also Easterlings. We have to see how this works and how the Dark Wizard is connected to Sauron, because they seem to search for Sauron for whatever reason. I had another look at the store person. I can't tell which gender that is. Yeah, you might be right. I'm not sure. From the first look, I had the feeling it was a man, though. So how would Adar learn that Sauron is in Eregion? From Halbrand. Like, otherwise, Adar also had no reason to go outside of Mordor and attack. Like, he would be, yeah, we're just chilling here in Mordor all day and having these people marked and swear to me, and then they plague the people maybe outside of Mordor, as we see in the last episode of that is already out, episode 3, with the Isildur and Estrid section and so on. I think the whole thing with Adar, to get the armies of Sauron from the books attacking Eregion while he's still in the process of creating the rings in the compression. Yeah, I think this is also potentially a reason, but Adar has no motive to attack Eregion out of himself. He needs Sauron or something there. Yeah, also in the Twitch chat, Devin writes, the elven door into Moria is supposed to be a big deal this season, right? I wonder how they're going to connect that with everything going on. Yeah, me as well. We already have seen in episode 2, I think, that Celebrimbor has invented the Ithildin, these moon script things that only the runes or this material that he can use to write things that only appears at moonlight. So curious what's going on with that. He has to kind of make contact with Narvi for that and build these doors. Very hard to tell. But yeah, the motivation to attack Eregion in the book is just completely different than here in the show, it seems. So the question is Adar... Yeah, moon letters. Thank you. That was a word I was looking for. I couldn't think. What was moon script? No, moon letters. Adar is... Yeah, I don't know. It's just strange. He has no reason to attack Eregion and lose all his forces. He could just stay there. I mean, Sauron is not completely lying to him. He kind of says the truth, but he leaves some elements out here in this regard. Like he tells Sauron is in Eregion, which is right. And Sauron is angry at him and will come and get him at some point. So he has to make the first move and get Sauron first before he gets too powerful. That's also right. What he doesn't tell him is that he is Sauron. But so one thing, he says like two things that are true and one thing he lies. Or he leaves out. I'm not sure if you consider leaving out lying, but in my opinion, he tries to manipulate him by not giving him the full picture, leaving things out. That is, in my opinion, goes in the direction of lying, if I'm completely honest with you. But it doesn't matter too much. We know that Adar will attack Eregion with his orcs. So what happens then? Adar might be killed, might not be killed, who knows? The orcs get definitely decimated doing this, because this sets things into motion. It also forces the elves to form an army to defend and so on, to go more into war mode. That's for sure. But it seems like he doesn't care too much about this. So I would assume he hopes that Adar is weakened by going for this war. And you can already tell by the orcs say, we don't want to go to war, really. And then some people say that's strange, but I would tell, yeah, why would orcs go to war when they have basically their land now and can just live there in peace for the most part, if that makes sense. But he leaves things out to, like, you lie to somebody because you have an intention in mind. Maybe you want to get away with something, like my homework was eaten by the dog. That's like kind of made up or something. But if you say to your teacher, my homework was eaten by the dog, that's why I don't have my homework, and you leave out that you fed your dog your homework, or what you started making your homework or whatever, you're still lying. You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. He wants Adar into battle. Maybe he wants that it comes out to kind of a duel between him and Adar when he attacks Eregion or so, and then he can take revenge. But like I said, I think he wants to weaken Adar, then take over the orcs when he's gone, and maybe also want to get this crown. Yeah, it's a German thing. Like, it's stupid. I think I think it might exist in German. Does it also exist in other languages? My homework was always eaten by the cat. Yeah, that is also a possibility. The cat. But you left out that you didn't plan to actually make your homework, and you just, I don't know, looked at it, maybe wrote a sentence and said, yeah, I don't want to do that. Here, cat. Destroy. And this part you leave out. I would still be lying, in my opinion. You want to get away with it. Yeah, definitely. We'll use it to overthrow Adar. So there must be, like I said, that must be his intention. If you would, like, if we consider, like, from this point on of view, we can definitely conclude that if his intention would be to have all the time in the world in Eregion with the elves and kind of bring the elves completely under his control, he would definitely not do this, because then he needs time. Like, he doesn't need urgency for an army to come to Eregion and not help him. He could have completely do this differently, though. The homework thing totally exists in English as well. Awesome. So here, another thing that connects us. Like, in Sauron's original plan, he would have then elf armies, because he would control the elves to do whatever he wants, because of the rings of power. Though in the end his plan doesn't work, but he doesn't know that his plan will not work, because he has not made the One Ring yet and found out. So I still think the setup for this is very strange. And then later, I also don't understand the following thing. Like, the elves now need the 3 rings to stay in Middle Earth, but when Sauron creates the One Ring, they can't wear the One Ring anyway. That I find weird, the One Ring, the 3 rings of power anyway. Like, in the book, we can read, when Sauron had the One Ring, the elves couldn't use their rings, the 3 rings of power openly anymore. You want to see Círdan working on a ship or boat, not Elrond. Well, I don't mind that he works on Elrond, because it's good to see that Elrond, like, I was looking forward to the interaction of... Oh, you mean... Okay, now I get it. I thought you mean he works on Elrond. You mean that Elrond works on the boat and not Círdan. Yeah, that is true. Okay, got it. Sorry, I just misinterpreted what you say. Sorry for that. I think it's even more likely now that the Stranger and the Dark Wizards are blue wizards. One turned like Saruman, that's the callback, and the other is the good one. That is definitely a possibility. The question is why I say it's Gandalf, is the hints are all there all the time. Like, you can't hint at Gandalf and then reveal, no. We used the word Gant. We said always follow the nose, famous Peter Jackson quote from Gandalf. It's not really in the books, I think. And he looks grey, and he fits the description of Gandalf, kind of. Yeah, we did all those things, and at the end, it's just some random wizard you have never heard about. And that's not a great payoff. That's a payoff that works for book readers, but it, in my opinion, does not work for the general audience. And even though they do many things that only book readers understand even, I feel like they still kind of try to also make the show for people who don't know the books this well. And keep in mind, the Blue Wizards, even I'm excited to see Blue Wizards, don't get me wrong, but we don't know nothing about them. Why would it be the Blue Wizards? Then, Gandalf has to stay in the East all the time and never come to Middle Earth, because the show could change this, but the Blue Wizards were not active in the northwest of Middle Earth. They always stayed in the East or maybe in the South. But Nori has to return with the Sturs to the northwest of Middle Earth at some point. And the only reference, the only thing we know the Blue Wizards do in the final version that Tolkien wrote, is that at the end of the Second Age, when Sauron loses the One Ring and his body is destroyed, the Blue Wizards try to find him, and they fail. That is all we know. They succeed in their task to make the East forces not outnumber the West forces, but that's all we have. And the Sauron losing the One Ring is potentially what we see last in Season 5. And why set up the Stranger now if the payoff is a few seasons later. Makes not really sense. Like, what are they going to do all the time in the East with the Blue Wizard there? I don't see this. Like, do you think these storylines will keep disconnected all the time? I'm not sure that will work, if that makes sense. I mean, sure, they could, for example, show how the Rings of Power are given out there and so on, and then the rise of the Nazgul or something, and he has to do with that. There's maybe some potential to write stuff here, but they have to make it up, and I feel like him coming to other regions, I don't know, chat. I mean, don't get me wrong, the show makes very little sense in so many ways that at the end it could be anything, but I feel like from like a logical standpoint, the strongest payoff of this section would definitely be that maybe the Dark Wizard is one of the Blue Wizards, and Gandalf is the Stranger's Gandalf. That is, in my opinion, the biggest payoff they can have for the general audience. Like, it's not a great payoff if you know who's the stranger. Is it Gandalf? No, it's not Gandalf. Oh, you know what I mean? It's just people want to see Gandalf, I think. So we should start episode 2, because else we not coming forward here. Like I said, Annette, Anatar and Durin. I imagine it will be like Game of Thrones, where stuff is disconnected for certain periods, but then the characters travels across and that's I think how you always have to do it if you have so many locations. Like if you start new plot lines, you need time in the show for these plot lines. Otherwise, it would be strange if the stranger is not mentioned in, let's say, season 3 completely, like does nothing there. And if you have new plot lines that take a lot of time, you need to connect other ones so you have more time. Like, you have to bring other characters together. Because that is the creator of the magical cults, and the good stranger is sent to challenge him with the success Tolkien moved to in his later life. I mean, it is possible, but and I would agree that would be awesome, but it would only be awesome for book readers. It would be a different thing if they already revealed who the stranger is, because a lot of the stranger plot, like, you have to consider, we are 11 episodes, tomorrow it will be 12 episodes into Rings of Power. That are over 12 hours, and we know basically nothing about the stranger. We only know he's an Easter. Okay, that's it. He can talk now. That's also something that changed. Beyond that, it's the same as before. That's also why I hope they reveal who the stranger is very, very soon, because I'm so sick of this mystery box nonsense. Just use his character as he's supposed to be. Like, if you build up such a long ramp, then the payoff at the end has to be absolutely golden, in my opinion. Otherwise, it's a disappointment. People would say, oh, it's not Gandalf. Well, it's stupid. I'm not interested anymore or something. I mean, it's totally possible, but like in the case when earlier they had the stranger could be Sauron or Gandalf, or like let's say a stranger or an Easter. That was a payoff, because people know it could be Gandalf or Sauron. Both are known characters. But now, if you take like these unknown Blue Wizards, I'm not sure if the payoff is strong enough for that. shall we recap? The problem with the recap is, I mean, we can in theory do the recap skip. Let me just see how long it is. The problem is, like I said, I can't set the timer to 5. Okay, so I start the timer. We don't start the show yet. I have to basically get the timer to 2 minutes and 9. And we could skip this. If this is okay for everyone, we skip to 2 minutes and 9. But I need to bring the timer to 2 minutes and 9. The problem is I forgot how to change the timer to 2 minutes and 9. This is not intended by this timer script I'm using. So I had to program it in myself. And I have a version of it, but I don't know where it is. So, or how, how I have to change this stuff. I could swear whatever, it doesn't matter. I disagree. You can definitely... I'm okay with anything, recap or not. Okay, so I let the timer adjust while we talk a bit for the run to 2 minutes and 9. I have to keep an eye on it. I'm very bad at timing things. Yes, we are rewatching it right now. We haven't started yet, don't worry. We have to get the timer to... I mean, you can also watch the recap in the meantime if you want. We're at episode 2 now. So episode 1 we already watched. But we just... episodo, it's wrong. I put episode, I often misspell for whatever reason. That should be right. Okay, so people know we are episode 2 now. I think it's smart. Yeah, we're currently skipping the this thing there. The what's it called? The you know what it's called, chat. The recap. Okay, we are. I stop it and then I give you a countdown. Don't worry. There's no time to being hasty. Okay, 2 minutes and 9. We are there. And let me just drink something. And then we look into stuff. So I give you a timer, I give you a countdown. We count down from 3 and then we click on start, I would say. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, it should work. So episode 2 is starting now. We see the map, this effect, and here we see already an indicator that these lines spreading from Mount Doom are also reaching Mordor. That's kind of the interpretation of this. Here we see both dwarves intact and a road or an aqueduct or something above. And then we go straight into Khazad-dûm. Did I say Mordor? I think maybe. Also, if this device is so important for the dwarves, I would have suspected that they have a bit more redundancy there, you know what I mean? Yeah, the camera flight is pretty awesome. Also, this marketplace looks so cool with all these dwarves here and so on. Yeah, these are awesome. Just had to eat my chocolate bar here. So yeah, somebody got hit, I think. So the consequences of Mount Doom, we don't know if this is in parallel, earlier, whatever, are also reaching this place here. Maybe a bit delayed or so. But a place called Mount Doom for sure. Like here in the show, it's still called Orodruin, Fire Mountain. Or Fiery Mountain, but it has its consequences on the world for sure. It was once created, by the way, by Morgoth himself. I didn't notice the lines were showing that those areas were affected by Mordor. I didn't know that that was the reason for what's about to happen. But they explain it later in the episode if you didn't see it. Yeah, they explain it later as well. But I found it also an interesting detail that the lines already hint at what's going on. What's the timer? Woody Black, we are making a watch party. Of course, I can't stream the episode itself on YouTube, else I get banned and copyright striked. But you can find other means to watch the episode, like over Amazon Prime, I guess, and watch it along. And the timer shows where we are in the episode. So we are 6 minutes in, currently seeing the opening credits scene with a cool scent effect. I'm still wondering if this is now still practical in parts. I think this could be practical. I'm not sure. Because they had this swing thing going on with the scent on this thing. So part of it was originally practically done. Not all of it, of course. I'm curious if that is still the case. More people in the market than Lindon and Eragon combined. Here's a throwback to season 1. Adar, for example, also buries in episode 6, I think, these seeds. I watch along, yeah, then yeah, awesome. We're currently at Galadriel looks at his statue of her brother at this cemetery. And if you look at the background while she talks to Celebrimbor, suddenly it goes night. I think there you notice it's spoiler, a vision. Here you see it now, I think. So yeah, the roots of Sauron are spreading. And yeah, now he says, he hints at that it's also, we never heard the ring verse in Black Speech completely, or the other part of it. And these seeds are planted by Galadriel, and they this is kind of my interpretation. We know how spoiler, Celebrimbor's end will be, and it will have to do with arrows sticking in him. And this is potentially also kind of a callback or reference to that. Also, the show has a big problem with consequence. I like that now more elves are here, like some guards, these commanders of the west, east, south, and Galadriel is one of the north. I feel like though you won't believe it, Woody Black, but I think it's this time less hate than it was in season 1, and it's hard to believe for some people, I think. I think it's more popular than season 1 a bit. If it's popular enough, we don't know. But yeah, like Galadriel kind of, as she explains, she didn't tell Elrond, she didn't tell Gil-galad who Sauron is, who Halbrand was, to be precise. And there's no consequence for that. Like, she failed so many times, she comes back, she was set on this boat to be shipped to to Aman. Then she comes back, then she does a lot of stupid things. She doesn't listen to what the king has to say to her. There's no consequence for her. Now she's back right next to the king and giving him counsel, basically. And Gil-galad is again written strangely. Like, he knows Sauron, like he was... You could argue that Galadriel stirred, or activated Sauron, so to say. But I think that's a naive, like I said it also in my review, way to look at it. She also has a vision, I assume, of Halbrand approaching Celebrimbor. And we know that this is happening. We see the scene later again. Yeah, I'm also enjoying it more than season 1 for sure. Oh, Dobry, nice to see you here. So here they hint at that these rings enhance or activate their power to see the future. Like the foresight is definitely a topic in Tolkien's world. Galadriel had foresight, Elrond had it, Círdan, and so on. Even Gil-galad had some foresight in the books. It's never explicitly called it, but he noticed that a shadow is rising, a servant of Morgoth, in the east. And then he wrote a letter to Numenor, which is not happening in the show here, but at least not yet. The question is, why does Galadriel think she can kill him alone? Like, she had the opportunity, she didn't do it. It's again a line that seems strange. Yes, it's a weird scene. We look at this and this looks like it's Galadriel. But no, it's not. Now it's resolved. It's Mirdania. I also like how in the German translation, Lord Celebrimbor is translated with Herr Celebrimbor. That's like kind of funny. I mean, yes, you could argue it kind of makes sense, but it sounds strange. Maybe they should have just kept the term Lord and not translated in German. I think people would understand it. Also, Or maybe they could have, I mean, they could have used the term first or something like this. It would also sound strange. Celebrimbor gives insurance broker again, yeah. I also like how Mirdania is kind of worried about Halbrand. Say, okay, he looks injured. Maybe we should help him or so. She doesn't know what's wrong with her, with him. And yeah, here we see, like, this is also interesting. We see these chains, and I have a theory who these chains belong to. I would say it belongs to the Barrow-wights. And there are two at least, so it can't be Halbrand or anything. See, this other one is moving while this other corpse is also moving. What is stupid though, this message is the most important message of the Second Age in the show. And they send two messengers with it. I don't understand this. And conveniently they get basically conveniently they don't reach Eregion. Like it's too much. Like, is this now the big plan of Sauron, or was this an accident? I feel like some other reviewer said it pretty well. They can press the "it's an accident" button, and there's an "it's a big plan of Sauron" button, and they can press it whenever they want. But it's not good writing, in my opinion, or in his opinion, and in my opinion too. Now here we see now an interesting place. Karas Geir means, I would assume it means Copper Red Settlement. This is, by the way, Briony Miller. She's also tagged as Acolyte. She has these snakes as symbols on her plate. She's also thinking, oh no, not again this. But yeah, Sesh, welcome. I didn't know if I said hi. I'm talking too much and I sometimes forget what I just said. I'm glad we have more convenient sun protection than having to wear big golden skull masks. I know much of the history before The Hobbit, but I remember learning that Celebrimbor was an original ring bearer. Did he never have a ring? Or did the show change it? So Celebrimbor was a creator of the three rings and his smithing guild. He was the Lord of Eregion in the books. Created the other 16 rings of power and lesser rings of power as well. The only ring he did not create was the One Ring. So the rings, these 19 rings he created for the elves in Eregion. So all the rings were in origin elvish rings. They were made for Eregion, so to basically stop the decay of the world around them, comparable to Valinor. But he was instructed with this technique by Sauron. And in theory, yes, he made these rings potentially for himself and for his guildsmith friends, for Eregion. So yes, in theory, you could say, from the perspective of wearing a ring of power, he was also ring bearer, but he never had the One Ring. I think mostly people, or especially people that had the One Ring, were considered ring bearers. And he never had the One Ring. It's sometimes hard to talk over the dialogues, I have to admit. That's why I sometimes make a strange break when I talk. So this, I think this is bait. I think they want to imply this is Saruman, but I don't, this would make no sense. Like, Saruman was also described with darker hair, if I remember correctly. And he also calls him, the dude, immortal. That implies that he's not mortal in contrast, like his servants. So that's why I also think he's an Istar, or was once an Istar or Semai or whatever. And that is maybe a blue wizard. Fredegar Bolger was a Hobbit, important in the Hobbit books. He has a little cameo in the Peter Jackson films as well. Fatty Bolger, if you remember, he was called Fatty. Very unfortunate nickname, I guess. Yeah, there was one text, like in the unfinished Tales versions of the Blue Wizards, they all fail. And in a letter, Tolkien writes they form magic cults and so on. I think that's what they're referencing here. So I would not be surprised if the Dark Wizard is a Blue Wizard in origin story. They could make the story that Stranger is also a Blue Wizard, and he has to either convince his friend to return to the path, or one is a good one, one's a bad one, or something like this. But it was considered that they were friends once, or that they came as friends here. Dorderic hast du already Dorderic, you already said. No, I haven't. Both. Yeah, you have. But I still think it would be weird when the Stranger is a Blue Wizard. I still think it's Gandalf. Like I said, you can disagree, of course, with this, but they even call it Gand in German. That's interesting. So they really want to make sure the line Gandalf. I mean, it could be bait, but you know, I always imagine they hint so much at Gandalf so that the audience that is not deeply versed into the lore, and there are a lot of people, like, even if you have read Lord of the Rings, you know nothing about the Blue Wizards because they are not even explicitly mentioned. There only is a mention that there are 5 rods of the wizards. So with the Blue Wizard, you have to do kind of extra homework to know what this even means. And then if they say, yeah, it's a Blue Wizard, but we hinted you it's Gandalf all the time. Like, even if you've just seen the Peter Jackson films, you will recognize the Gandalf references for him. They're not that many, but quite a few. Always follow your nose. Peter Jackson film quote. He has a grey robe, not a blue one. By the way, this dude has a red marking, like he has a blue scarf and also a blue marking on him. And the horses also have this blue mark on them. You see this guy also on his armor, there's a blue thing there. So I could imagine he has this because maybe the favorite color of the Dark Wizard is blue. Lots of Easter eggs. Not bad, Spielka. That's a really good one. Oh, I got a commercial. Yeah, there's a commercial at this place. I did not get one. The question is, do we need to stop? Or will you catch up, Joe? I know exactly when Poppy holds up the map shortly before that there's a commercial, usually. Are you watching on PC and I have an ad blocker activated, so screw you, Amazon, for that. So to be fair, it's a bit, well, in this case, it's a service I'm paying for. I find it kind of ridiculous that they show ads in that if you don't pay extra. I just had one skip 20 seconds ahead. Yeah, okay. I mean, you can synchronize. The translation of that line is funny in German. Yeah, otherwise every hint was a big lie. That is not the big of a problem, I think. But there is the alternative is not good enough a payoff. That's kind of my argument for Gandalf. Like for me and for you lore fan people here in chat that are awesome, of course, and know the books well enough, you would say, cool, a blue wizard. Looking forward to the blue wizards. But I think for most people that are not in our bubble, saying it could be Gandalf or this random wizard you have never heard about. You know what I mean? That's not strong enough a payoff, in my opinion. Yeah, you have to pay $2.99 extra, then you don't get ads in the Prime stuff. Yeah, she translated it, the line with the, I forgot what did she use as a bird? Nightingale or something? Translated it, it sounds like, in German she translated, the German translation is basically, it sounds like, es hört sich an wie ein Festmahl, aber dann ist es wie hat sie gesagt, sich mager auf den Zahn zu legen, irgendwie sowas. It was kind of strange. Yeah, it's a beautiful bit of vocalization, for sure. I always hear something like Meishal or something she's singing. Maybe it means Mahal? That's the dwarvish name for Aule, the Valar of smithing, which is also the creator of the physical form of the dwarves. Yeah, the stone singing also agree is a pretty cool addition. I like that they're so similar. Why do I have to apologize? Sigil, I'm not sure if it's in English also says it, is the Dwarvish name of this place, of this particular mountain in the Misty Mountains. These dwarves. Yeah, such a good day. I'm definitely adopting the phrase stubborn as a root-bound parsnip. The Mirror Man, the series, yeah, for sure, that would be cool. It is last year's spring. Yeah. Also, a cool reference that Elrond is now building the boat like a boat like his father. That's cool, in my opinion. Big children with beards, yes. I like so that they show in this scene how similar King Durin and Prince Durin are, and how incredibly stubborn they are. That's also a really good question. Well, you never care what Gilgalad says. You do whatever you want. So what's the problem now? That's a very good point. I love all these dwarf only scenes where not everything is about how dwarves are short and allegedly funny. It's great to see them just living in their natural environment, interacting with each other. Yes. Even the prince has fallen out of mercy. I find it hard to believe he got straight to the mines. I don't know. He just has to. He's not now on prince pay anymore. He has to now go work to get money to feed his family, pay the bills and stuff. He might have still some privileges for sure, but I also think it fits to the character. Like, he's somebody, okay, if I'm not the prince, official prince anymore, you know, I don't want any extra stuff. Like, he's so stubborn, he would never accept something like a little gift or something from his father to help him out, money-wise or whatever. Here's the shaving scene. It's interesting that Rumil and Daeron both are mentioned in Lord of the Rings. There's also the brother of Haldir, the elf in Lothlorien, that also is called Rumil, which is strange, I guess. But there's also the mention of the Tengwar of Rumil that in the Appendix F. That's the Rumil he means. The Lawmaster. And Daeron, also in this context, who invented the form of the Kirs, the other writing system besides Tengwar of the elves that was adapted by the dwarves later. So yeah, he tries to convince or say basically that it depends a bit on the philosophical discussion. Should you separate the work of the author? And Kieran kind of makes a point here in this scene. And even agrees with Elrond. We should respect or fear the power of it. But he has a point that it would be worse if Sauron had these rings. What he could do with it, or the enemy, Sauron and the enemies of the elves. Yeah, he's downgrade from managing it to laboring. Now back to the stranger. They decided to go through the desert. Stranger is pulling Nori and Poppy. I mean, he's an Istar. That means he is... I mean, even though he often uses supernatural powers, he's not in his full Maya form here. And they are now basically clothe themselves in flesh as Istar and forego might. And as a result, they can also be exhausted and so on. It doesn't mean, though, that's the same for Sauron, by the way. Because Sauron is does not clad himself in flesh. I kind of like this sentence here. How can somebody who hasn't eaten for so long still be so happy? She throws this staff away. First, we thought that stuff, we speculated the stuff might be like blocking this thing, that it goes down, but it's not the case. It just was put on there. I assume by Tom Bombadil. This makes no sense because there's no weight on this line anymore and it was completely pulled up. Why would the, what is pulling it down? And of course it makes sound. Poor Gandalf. I'm really curious at the end if it's really Gandalf or Blue with it. It's better for us to have overpowered weapons than the enemy. Am I watching Oppenheimer again? I mean, it's a point, to be fair. I'm still in listening. Nice, great Revo. Glad you are here. That he has this stuff he has seen in his vision. He also here is another reference, by the way. He does his Gandalf signature move, smashing his staff into the ground. In the book, when he does it to destroy the bridge of Khazad-dûm, by the way, the staff breaks. Just want to point that out. Here the staff also breaks. In the film, it does not break, though. So the names of these dudes are Brank, Klita, and Guadrim Scout. And now the staff also dissolves. Yeah. It sounds like it's like there are the Haradrim. I think there's a place called Guad or Gua. Then there are the Guadrim. Can maybe look this up. No, that's no Gua. And there are the Ithildi. Off they go flying, yeah. That is true, the rope, but the rope is completely pulled up. There is no weight that pulls it down. The bucket is not on the rope anymore. It's just a rope on this, what do you call it, tube. So what is making the rope go down initially? Like there needs to be some energy that pulls the rope down initially. When the rope has some length at some point that it accelerates, it makes sense. But what is causing the initial pull down? Maybe he summons the storm on purpose, maybe not. Hard to tell. Also, where was the rest of the Mithril from? Also, this umbrella is the worst. It's a very egoistic one. It only protects one, and he also gets wet. Now, this here, in my opinion, is far too easy. Like, Heri Bremborg could have guessed that the reason why you should not treat with Halbrand is that he is a spy of the enemy, or an enemy himself, or the enemy himself. There are not many options why Galadriel would suddenly would disappear, and Galadriel would not allow him to stay in Eregion. Maybe makes it rain for sympathy for sure. Hard to tell. I'm not sure if. Well, you could argue he has a power like that. Isn't there some heat absorbing material that's really good at this? That's kind of glowing, like from NASA or something, and you can touch it even though it looks like it's very hot? It could be a spring mechanism. But shouldn't the spring mechanism make it easier to pull it up and not down? Like, you know what I mean? It makes also very little sense in my opinion. Like if there's a spring mechanism at the well, it should automatically pull the rope up, and if there's enough weight, the mechanism has not enough power to pull it up. But then it would be easier if you pull the bucket with water in it up. It would be easier to get it up. You know what? It's like down is easy anyway. He has a collab with NASA, however you call it. Albon is a smooth operator. Also, this well didn't look sophisticated enough for a spring mechanism, in my opinion. And now he says something important. Now he says it here, at least in my thing. Whatever he has to say, I have an open heart, something like this he says in English. I have the German titles here. And this is like potentially what they're referencing is Osanwe. And for that you need an open mind to basically it's telepathic ability. So he can basically now send directly into his mind. And with this he can reinforce what he says and manipulate him potentially. That's I think what he's going for. So he tricked him into being open, and then he abused the openness. The problem is the show doesn't explain this, and I think it's just a reference for book readers that know the Osanwe Kenta. Yeah, also a good example that the power of speech also Saruman has. He has this voice that could convince others. But in my opinion, it's too easy. Like, if Celebrimbor should be just so misstrauisch, what's in English, not trust him. It's a bit... Now, what they are doing works very well, in my opinion. But everything that leads to this point is quite questionable. And now it becomes too easy. And at this point, Sauron already won when he gets this far. There's nothing Celebrimbor can do here now. Suspicious, thank you. That is true, but Celebrimbor is not just some naive elf. He is one of the most talented, smartest people in Middle-earth at this time. I mean, he is not able to see through Anatar in the books as well. But the possibility that Sauron is simply not there. Like in the books, not Galadriel, not Gil-galad, not Elrond, nobody knows that Anatar is Sauron. This is different here in the show now. If it winds up, then it will wind down. No idea how to express that kind of winding mechanism, although I can visualize it. But shouldn't it wind upwards? Because then getting the water up is easier. I mean, Sauron's plan is amazing. He expects Celebrimbor to be suspicious, but as a trick up his sleeve after with shape-shifting, yeah. Also, maybe a Gandalf quote. The storm is coming, but the tide has turned. The great storm is coming, but the tide has turned, he says in Lord of the Rings book. Also, there isn't there like a... I read this online a few times, that there's a depiction of Jesus Christ that is somewhat similar to this picture. Does somebody know what picture that is, what it is called? I tried to find it because somebody on Discord asked. I just want to go show a comparison. I found many Ascension of Christ pictures and so on, but none were similar enough, and those I found that were very similar were like artworks or AI generated or so. I thought about like a classic painting or something. Annette. I mean, he convinced Celebrimbor before he shapeshifted. You know what I mean? And he should be suspicious because he knows that something is wrong with Halbrand. Yeah, maybe it was in the German Tolkien Society stream. It might be right. Transfiguration of Christ. Thank you. I like how Galadriel just looks here. What? I wanted to lead. So he took Círdan's advice that he needs to guide them, you know? But he took it a bit maybe too early. Yeah, that would kind of work. But I think the Transfiguration, there was also a picture where the colors were very similar. So these more sunrise red colors, you know what I mean? Or maybe it was dawn or whatever daytime. Oh, we're at the end of the episode already, chat. That was fast. Okay, chat. So we stop the timer. Okay, without the prologue was not fully an hour. That's good. So we caught up on time a little bit. It's definitely too easy to mislead Celebrimbor. Yeah, exactly. At the beginning. Like, he should be very suspicious of Halbrand at the beginning. Yeah, there are definitely paintings with cloud. I mean, there's the Ascension and so on. Yeah, I have to look at the DTG stream. Yeah, next is Pharazôn trying to fix Numenor. That's in episode 3. Let me just put now... we reset the timer already. I should start it, to be fair, because we have to go through the prologue. We talk a moment. Let me just get the timer to the time we need. I put it episode 3, and then we just pause it. Don't worry, I would find it myself. Don't need to do some extra work. It doesn't matter too much, to be honest. Yeah, it feels like it's so... like, Galadriel doesn't do this in the show, but it feels unbelievable to her character. Why would she do this? It makes no sense. Like, she could have returned to Lindon and say, I told you, Gil-galad. You didn't believe me? Here's Sauron, he's back. We should be careful. Maybe Galadriel also started it or reactivated Sauron, you could say, in the show, but I think that's a stupid assumption. Like, he's definitely an evil entity. At some point, he would have tried to do his Sauron things again. Yeah, exactly. It's strange that he accepts that he's not allowed to talk to Halbrand. He doesn't know the reason. He's not told. But he's smart enough to kind of think, okay, What is the reason? Maybe he is an enemy or a spy, and then he should not work with him. He also suddenly disappeared from Eregion without saying anything. Okay, 2 minutes and 3. Oh, we have to stop here. Where's the stop button? Oh, doesn't matter too much. I just stop the timer and bring it back. But yeah, I'll give you a countdown soon. But yeah, I don't know. I think the second episode was really good as a result. Because how Halbrand played Celebrimbor beyond the initial start, in my opinion, worked quite well and was convincing. They made Galadriel insane, that is true, but we know this since the first season, so we came to accept that this is now the case, it seems, in the show. I'm not a fan of that either, to be honest. I don't like how she's written. But let's hope it gets a bit better over time. She's ashamed, feels it's her fault. That is true, but she still hates Sauron and she knows how powerful he is. Like, just keeping it to herself is not smart. Like, she could have done this completely different. It's the implication that Halbrand told Galadriel that Halbrand told Galadriel that he is Sauron. Like, quite literally. Galadriel knows 100% that Halbrand is Sauron. Or maybe I'm just misunderstanding you. Yeah, it looks very similar to the entrance of Aman. Often we say Valinor, but Valinor is technically not correct, even though it's often called like this. Valinor is only a very specific region beyond the Peleri Mountains, where the Valar and Maya live. That's Valinor. The whole continent, and you don't see this part when you're in front of the island. There's only a small... what do you call it, valley, where there are no mountains. And there's Tirion, the city of the elves, in this valley, and you can see the light, or could originally see the light of the trees shining through this valley. But this part beyond the mountains was not, and including Tirion, the capital there of the elves, and the capital of the city of the elves, not the capital, could argue the capital of the Noldor and the Vanya, but it doesn't matter. This was also not in Valinor. This place before that is not called Valinor. I know that, of course, okay. I mean, it's the idea that Halbrand is trying to make Celebrimbor believe... okay. That's... okay, now I get what you mean. That Celebrimbor tries to tell... Halbrand has told, Halbrand says to Celebrimbor that he revealed it to Galadriel and she didn't believe him. That's of course true. That is the explanation later. But the initial meeting... Celebrimbor should never have listened to him because, and also, like I said, he must conclude not that this is nothing that Celebrimbor can predict, but he can predict that he must be a spy or an enemy. That's the nearest assumption why he suddenly vanishes and why, without saying a word, and suddenly Galadriel says you can never treat with him again. Like, there are multiple things, and this only works because she didn't tell there. And let's say it makes sense that she didn't tell there. Then Gil-galad, when he found out, should have come to Eregion and told and see for himself, warn Celebrimbor, because that's literally the most important letter in the universe currently, like in the Second Age. that is transported by those 2 messages. Why just send 2 messages? Why risk anything? Why not say, okay, here, take half an army, go to Eregion and see that this letter is protected. It's the most important thing in elven history in the Second Age. And he just sends 2 messages, don't trust anybody, it will be okay, no problem. There's not a Dark Lord at work here with evil powers. No, that's not the case. It feels so badly written, in my opinion. It's not the fault of the actors, it's just poorly written. Like, it's very hard to believe that no message came in the meantime to Eregion. Yeah, why didn't they fly the eagles to Eregion? That would also be a possibility. But no, I think that, like, Celebrimbor comes there to Eregion and gambles upon that Galadriel did not tell anybody that he's Sauron. You could say he maybe has seen through her, manipulated her, he knows she won't do this. Okay, whatever. Completely different story in the books, but let's ignore that. Then he also has to think that also Lindon does not find out and inform. Like, at some point, he knows that elves will find out who he was, and then Eregion will be warned. And he has to gamble on that this has not happened in the meantime. And conveniently, because it's written in the script, it works that way. And at the end, they will tell us, spoiler, it's not a spoiler, but my prediction is, they will tell us, no, chat, this was all along Sauron's plan. But the problem is, like I said earlier in the video, they can press they have 2 buttons in their writing. One button says it was an accident, and one button says it was Sauron's plan all along. And they just pressing the button whenever they feel like it fits. It's an accident, but then they press the no, it was Sauron's plan button. And this is not better. This is not well written, in my opinion, because they don't establish this out of the script itself. Do you think the show will, episode 4 tonight after midnight? It will be the same time as last time. So for my time zone, it's 9 a.m. roundabout. Yeah, 12 a.m. PST should be the same time. If we're 9 hours apart. So for me, it's currently 12:30 here. So in 8.5 hours, the show should release roundabout. UK 8 a.m. Yes. I hope that fits the time zones here. That is what I heard. Oh, welcome, Sauron. Nice to see you. Kind of. But I'm very curious about episode, what's it called? 4. Is the title already known for episode 4, chat? Okay, maybe this is a spoiler already, I'm not sure. Rings of Power. Okay. Chat, do you, the title of episode 4 is, it seems, known. Do you want to know what the title is called? Okay, some people just spam it in chat. Eldest. Yeah, so the title is for episode 4 will be Eldest. Of course, who is the eldest in Lord of the Rings? Chat, come on. Yeah, Liana has it. Of course, it's Tom Bombadil. I also predict my prediction, I said it before in the streams before this day, and my videos, that Tom Bombadil will most likely appear next episode, because we may have to make some progress in the storyline of the Half-Hoods and the Stranger. So that is definitely something I would foresee. Sorry for fun, don't worry. But yeah, next episode, Eldest. We are now watching, though, the Eagle and the Scepter, which is a very short appearance at the end of the episode, to be honest. Elven Kings Under the Sky is the first episode where the stars are strange. Remember what Sadok said in season 1. The director is not announced yet, but the writer is a writer that has not written an episode before, it seems, Chad. So we have a new writer, written by Glenys Mullins is her name, I think. I hope it's a female name, to be honest. I didn't know that this was considered. I'm not sure if it's a spoiler, to be honest. Like, when the episode comes out, it's potentially the first thing we will see anyway. But, and I asked for it, but I felt like we should give people who don't want to know the chance to maybe mute themselves or mute whatever. I don't think it's really a spoiler, to be honest, but you have to be careful with spoilers online because people, like, I'm not kidding you. Some people are so sensitive to spoilers. When you make very good predictions that sound very reasonable, even though you haven't seen the episode, some people say, oh, well, you spoiled me the episode. I think I'm just speculating. It's a speculation stream. What are you expecting? But sometimes I can understand that people are maybe somewhat sensitive to spoilers. Don't want to make fun of that, but some people may be a bit too sensitive for spoilers. So I want to be always very careful when it comes to that, and at least give the people a chance to close every tab they have. Okay, that's also a good theory by the amazing Bad Boy, that the Harfoots are now not in Middle-earth anymore. They go to Oz. Look forward to it. I love the accent that it had in the trailer. I think it is New Zealand accent. Clean der Bombardier. Maybe the Oz accent. Yeah, it could also be that. Yeah, very curious what is with Tom Bombadil on the episode. I'm looking forward to that. I think the song is well performed. Maybe, though, I expected something more, I don't know, traditional. You know what I mean? Like from the music. It sounded a bit too modern to my ears. Though it's beautifully performed, don't get me wrong, but who knows? Okay, chat. And before we lose too much time here on this and never get to watch episode 3. So are you all ready to press on the play button for episode 3? I skipped the summary. We are at 2 minutes and 3 already. 2 minutes at 10 to be fair. So I maybe start the timer a moment later here on screen to sync up with my 2 minute and 3 thing here. Will the Harfoots run into Ents? I think the Ents will appear. I'll make some predictions maybe at the end of the show, but the Ents will appear with Theo and Isildur and stuff. I think there the Ents will appear first. I think either the Hobbits get captured now because they flew away, and they also the attackers also flew away. So maybe they wake up together, and then the Harfoots are captured, and then they use this to leverage the stranger. But he, on his way to search for the Harfoots, he meets Tom Bombadil, and then together they do stuff, and he teaches him a bit. I don't know, because in all the Tom Bombadil scenes we never see the Harfoots there. So they must get separated in some way. That's my assumption here. I also think the bridge that is destroyed in this one trailer scene, where Galadriel and Elrond stand in front of it, is a bridge to Eregion, where they are going to. and it's destroyed, and they have to find a different way. And this brings them to the forest or something, where they meet these entities. Let's call it that way. I don't want to spoil too much. And I also call that these entities are responsible for the death of the messengers. I also planned on doing a prediction video, but I run out of time. It took today, in case people haven't checked the YouTube channel here. I also should maybe check comments at some point. But I checked the I made my critique of the first 3 episodes. I had trouble what to write on the thumbnail this time. Like usually you would write critique Rings of Power episode 1 or something like this, but if I write 1 to 2, it's just 1 to 3, it's just too much. I don't know, it feels weird. Usually I want to have little text on the thumbnail. Kind of complicated, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, some interesting comments. We have to answer them later, I think. Butterfly net, of course. Okay, chat. What is going on? Okay. I would say I make the countdown. So we look now episode 3 called The Eagle and the Scepter. And it will be a bit about Numenor, but also about the dwarves and other things. So countdown is so we press on play in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Now comes the title screen, so we have some time to talk anyway, I guess. But I have to start the timer. Well, I'm 5 seconds off. That should be not the biggest deal. In theory, I can just stop my play and wait till it catches up. It's awesome. Okay, so now the timer is perfectly. Don't do anything. I'm really enjoying the title screen. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I said, I think what you see is not always, but often a practical effect where they use vibrations on a plate and send to create some of these things. But it might not be that everything you see on the screen is coming out of this vibration. They changed it a little bit. Now we have a bit of red sand in it, which stands, of course, for the journey of the stranger to Rune, where the sand is red, and we have these Karas Geyer. Though to be fair, Geyer can also mean people. Karas means settlement. So it could be also settlement of the people, or it could be the red or copper red settlement, something like that. I feel like the latter one makes more sense because of the color of this buildings things. Here we have a little flashback after the flashback, where we see the one of the best actors in the show, which is a horse, Beric. And though he's a very talented actor, he is not able to explain to Elendil that he should come with him. Elendil, come with the horse. Find your son. He's not dead. I'm trying to tell you. Oh, by the way, in case you haven't seen this episode yet, the beginning, and you have arachnophobia, the beginning might be hard to watch. Because we have a little 8-legged star guest here in the beginning. So here we see the map, And they zoom into this tower here. And then we have, what is it called? The other place in the background. And here we have Tir Harat, the ruins of it. And what is strange is that if you watch episode 7, the house collapses. Like, Isildur goes into a house. I have to also look at what the orcs are saying in a moment. It burns. He wants to help the people in there. They get out. Then four legs, they say in English. In German, they say Vierbeiner. Cool. So it's the same. Not bad. This will also hurt. Dong. Kind of like this scene, I have to admit. Let him go. That is the Black Forest. In German, Schwarzwald. Schwarze Wald, they translated. Schwarzwald is a location in Germany, by the way. And, yeah, nobody gets out there alive. The question is why? Was this a known place? It seems close to the what's it called? The village. So when did this become the Black Forest that nobody gets out alive? I find it strange. However, my point was Isildur was in a house and then something fell on him. He was blocked. He couldn't get out. Oh, Tobias is also here. Welcome. And then Miriel tried to help him, but the house collapsed and she lost her eyesight. And we have not seen what happened to Isildur. And somehow he had to get out of this ruin and brought into this cave. I don't know how he got here. Did the spider bring him here? Did the orcs bring him here? Or did he try to escape on his own and then he stumbled upon this forest and was trapped here or whatever? I found this still strange. Like, they explain so many things with flashbacks and so on, but here they make kind of exception and he just wakes up in this cave and the horse comes to his aid. Yeah, good evening. Nice to see you. Disgusting. There was also things. Wait a moment, this is a spider cave? I'm out. And we also discussed, I think, in the German Tolkien Society stream that it's kind of... Was it there? Or was it a different stream? I don't know. But it's strange that the orc... Also here we have, I assume, Shelob. The question is this big Shelob? I don't think... Like somebody said in the background there was a bigger spider or so. But I haven't seen that one yet. Also, just destroys the head. Brutal. So I've not noticed a bigger spider in the background, so I think that's Shelob there. Classic suspension moment. You see it in the background, but the actor doesn't see it. You shout to the screen, Isildur, turn around! Pretty well done. I hope in this scene that Bedek would just kick away Shelob with his powerful hooves. And yeah, I mean, Shelob has enough eyes. One or more or less doesn't make a difference. I like also how he pulls the spider off poor Bedek. Then cut to Numenor. Sorry, I'm on my phone, hence the weird autocorrect, but at least the spacebar. It's important here, else the bot just kicks you out. From now on, we'll call Sauron Annette and Isildur Isolde. The spider scene is over now. We are in Numenor. It looks small for Sheila, but she's still young, maybe? She will grow bigger over time? I don't know. She was in Mordor, though, before Sauron was. That we know from the books. Shelob, that is. I think the eruption just forced the spiders to become super active to find prey. Sudden influx of orc creates new opportunities, and orc death. They name it Scary Forest. Yeah, maybe something like that. But considering that Isildur is still alive and was not eaten by the spiders yet, it feels like from the volcano eruption to this point it was maybe a few days or maybe a week at most. Poor Miriel. She always gets the blame. But she did not much wrong. She has also a huge amount of empathy, so in theory, in my book, she's a really good ruler on paper. But she just has so much bad luck. Nothing works her way. Fungible time compression is the bane of the series. Yes, it is. I really like the actress of Miriel also. Like, she portrays the character very well, in my opinion. But also, the actor of Farazon is awesome. You just say, no. Yeah, the actors are pretty great. I think there are a lot of talented actors in the show. I often feel sorry for them that they have to portray such a poor script at times. I hope it gets better in season 2, and season 1 it was very noticeable, especially the actress of Galadriel. Like, sometimes you think she must have looked. Yeah, in German they say, in English they say cousin, right? In German it's Vetter, but they are actually cousins. Like the father of Farazon is a brother of Miriel's father. Yeah, should an eagle appear at your coronation? It is considered an awesome omen. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it might be actually right. It might be like in German you would also, like in English, use the French word cousin, and in German there's also Cousine. Cousin und Cousine, you would depend on male or female. But I think cousin means basically the same, right? I'm not sure. Cousin, Cousine. Vetter und Base. That are very, yeah. Before the German, the French name cousin and cousin, cousine, cousin spread in the German language room space, I guess. The sons of aunt and uncle were called Vetter. So it means the same. Vettern is Vaters Bruder. And the cousin would be Base. I know this term, for example, from some literature of Goethe, like Die Leiden des jungen Werther. They also mentions a Base there. It's very ancient. Like nobody would call, I was yesterday visiting meine Base. Like nobody would say that. For like a couple hundred of years, I think. I like the question. Did you just insult my father? No, I insulted you. I also like the actor of Kim, and like he's hardly likable, and I think that's exactly his job description. And Earian's also written in a way that she's hard to like. For now. I don't feel like the scene's a bit stiff. Oh, he's from New Zealand. I didn't know that. Yeah. Base is feminine and Vetter masculine, but you would usually not these days say cousin, cousine for it. Like also the French term is the more modern term currently. I like how she says, what about if I knew somebody who could, out of many, enough? That's a cool line in my opinion. The Morks are tender. Yeah, it's outdated. That's kind of the thing. Exactly, it's the same origin, I think. Yeah, I did not expect that this would cause so much controversy, that the orc does not want to go to war. I like that something black is dripping out of his mouth. You remember the black liquid that the orcs drink? You also see this in the Peter Jackson film. I forgot what it is called. Does somebody remember? But yeah, that explains why it drips out of his thing. It's kind of what orcs drink. So in Lord of the Rings Appendix F, they say that the Olokai, like a much later breed of trolls, they spoke black speech. And he also seems to speak black speech, but also these can speak normal speech. And the orcs also often didn't like to use black speech. As a result, they also learned common speech, added their own orcish words to it, and went with that. Okay, here's a break chat, I think. And yeah, Disa and Durin followed the invitation to Celebrimbor, to Eregion. We're now back in Eregion. And yeah, Damrod also looks pretty cool. Curious what's going on with him, why he's searching for Sauron as well. That I don't fully understand. I think that, don't they call it grog or something? No, Orc Draught, I think it is the name, right? Damrod is the name of one of Faramir's companions, yes. It means steel hammer. So the name is kind of fitting for Damrod, but why he has an elvish name, it's hard to tell. Yeah, the warmth of the Orc Draught had gone. That's Orc Draught, Tolkien calls it. The funny thing is that Anatar seems to know nothing about dwarves. Yeah, Prince Durin is definitely the smartest dwarf in Middle-earth. He sees right through it. Elrond would never say something nice like that over me. He never mentioned you. I like this line as well. This is, I think, it's not a reference, I think, but Thorin, when Elrond talks to Thorin Oakenshield and talks about how he met his grandfather Thror and that he looks like him, then Thorin says he never mentioned you. I'm sure if that's a reference or not, hard to tell, but I just find it interesting. It's so interesting that the subtitles are differently translated to what the actors actually say. Like he says, der langsame Tropfen, the slow, was Tropfen, drip, drop. Tropfen, what is Tropfen in English? Screw my English vocabulary sometimes. Tropfen, drop, yeah, drop. Driplet, whatever. And yeah, in the subtitle it says der stete Tropfen. Kind of interesting sometimes to see the differences, how they approached. It seems like they were done by different translators. Interesting headband, yeah, for sure. Medicine boys, that's what I was referring to. Yeah, I think in the film they might say medicine, but this also happens in the book, and there it is called Orc-Draught. If you have the 50th anniversary edition, I can maybe tell you the page, the English one. I don't have a book where the page number aligns with the German book. Page 450. Chapter The Uruk-hai. I can manage it. Lembas does put heart into you. A more wholesome sort of feeling too than that heat of the Orc-Draught. It happens a second time, 458. Also the Uruk-hai is mentioned a second time. It's not written in capital letters, Orc-Draught. So I would say it's not an official term, it's just a description of the hobbits, what they would call it. But we don't have a better name. Yeah, I can post it in chat. Orc-Draught. Poisido, honestly, poor kid. Yeah, he he tried to help people. As a result, he got buried under a burning house, was, I don't know, almost eaten by spiders alive in like a spider breeding cave of Shelob. Almost drank not so healthy water, and he said, oh, well, I shouldn't drink that. Like, just by the looks of this thing, I wouldn't drink that. I think it would destroy me harder than drinking it, I guess, but I don't know. It's hard to say I wouldn't drink that if you're not thirsty enough. Or if you don't know thirst. Like, he might have been out of water for a week or something, which is not possible. I think you would die after 3 or 4 days or something. So that's also a reason why I think he can't be away that long. Like, this must be shortly after the explosion. Jord is an old ring. It's not pronounced Jord. Okay, that might cause the confusion. Let us. I didn't check the. Okay, I need to check the Oxford dictionary. This time we have to get the big dictionary guns out. It's really pronounced draft. I did not expect that it's pronounced draft. So it's orc draft. I never thought it would be pronounced like this. English is such a surprising language sometimes. It's like an old word for drink. Yeah, I thought as much. It's orc drink basically, but I thought it's pronounced draught. Like taught, you know? You should leave it in. It's good to know that. I didn't know how it's pronounced. Of course, it's pronounced like draft. For sure, it makes complete sense. English language. Why? Why are you always baiting me? I dislike that. Draft beer. Fass beer. Okay. Yeah, I know that you didn't troll me. It's no problem that you correct me there. I'm just surprised the English language is trolling me. How is this pronounced draft? Draft. I'm just a poor German. How am I supposed to guess how words are pronounced? Laugh on the first step. I mean, it is possible. I mean, only because he has a girlfriend doesn't mean he will marry her. It is a possibility. It would be a bit strange if he marries a not Dunedain woman, though. Because it was a scandal back in Gondor when this one prince married like a noble woman of the Norsemen. So here's an interesting scene that is, in my opinion, kind of important. Like, some could speculate that Estherid is just want to pronounce the name weirdly. Estherid is is a spy or is in allegiance with these other Adar followers. I think she just got the mark that she has by just to survive, basically. And she says we should go on. We could at least give him something to, like, she's not happy to stay here. She's very suspicious here of this. And if she would be against Isildur, she would not warn him here, in my opinion. Poor Astrid, just pulling her off the horse. And what is funny is the map that he showed Astrid, thanks to Rosemary, we know it has the hint there on it where it says beware of the wild men, I think. Also very brutal how he kills these guys with the arrow. Yeah, she said she is engaged or something later. She's looking for her betrothed. Hard to say word. Yeah, beware the wild men, that was what it says. Yeah, English speakers are always trying to guess pronunciation of words in our own language. Pity us. Yeah. So yeah, here the background story is that the actress of Bronwyn stopped her acting career and left the show. So instead of recasting her, they decided the story will also work without her. So we just write her out of the story. She died due to complications with her wounds, basically the poison arrows of orcs and so on. I also like the actress of Bronwyn, I have to admit. I didn't like the idea of a relationship between an elf and a woman of men, but whatever, it happens from time to time. And yeah, with this they tell, well, it was an interesting idea. It was not important enough for the show to continue with it and recast the actress. Before, Bronwyn knew about 6 people, and now there are dozens of people mourning her. Yeah, the numbers of the Southlanders, I mean, they're in Pelargia. There are also other people, maybe they knew, she had some contact with the people of Pelargia at some time, and they knew her. Maybe that's the explanation. It's definitely COVID related for sure. So I still never see in the writing process that the Southlands are much bigger than they showed. Maybe there are some more people, yes, but it always feels like not that important. Also, poor Arondir. He now tries to be close to Theo, but it doesn't work. He tries to, I don't know. Theo is all that he has left of Bronwyn or so, and due to this death now, they have to reset their relationship in this situation. It basically starts. Here's an interesting scene with subtitle rise. The dwarves tell now Narvi, who comes into the scene, and we discussed what the weens are. But interesting, now it says it differently. But last time it was, yeah, something about the children. I have to look into this later again. Her dying makes for a better story. Maybe. I don't know. We will see how it works out. I don't know. She was in How I Met Your Mother. Oh, she was in that show. She wasn't a main character, but she was one of the most reoccurring characters in later seasons. Navi has the worst fake Scottish accent. He sounds kind of funny. I mean, your phone doesn't potentially know the word Navi, so it's fine. So the reason why the subtitles and the spoken stuff might be different in German is that the subtitles might be a direct translation from the English subtitles by a translator, and this was potentially then sent to the people who made the localization, but the localization has to fit to the mouse movement. So they have to sometimes change words that it fits on what they say, so that the lip movement is synchronized. And for that they change words at times and stuff, so there could be explanation here. I also like the scene here. It's also awesome that he says, "Yeah, father, you were right." So Isidore had everything, like almost killed by a volcano, buried in a burning house, almost eaten by spiders, almost drank I don't know what water, and then also get stabbed in the leg, then almost get killed by bandits. Was not the best day for Isildur, I think. I think he's in the Anatar shape, yes, when he sees the Balrog in the fire in the trailer scene. Also, look at how Arondir casually carries all these water buckets there. It definitely wants to show that strength-wise he's far superior to normal people. Kind of interesting detail. Look when he gives the bucket to Theo. How easy he can lift the bucket and give it to Theo, like it's nothing. And how Theo just struggles getting this bucket. He just goes down. But also interesting that he's from Beleriand. So as a Sylvan Elf from Beleriand, he's one of the Lyquendi, I guess. You are also Sylvan Elf. Very curious if he maybe have met Beren at some point. That would be a cool detail. Oh yeah, I knew Beren once. Okay. You know this legendary hero of elves and men. He's of men mainly, but he's even known by the elves. But yeah, here you will definitely learn that the relationship between Theo and Arondir is basically the same as it was before. It's a bit unfortunate that they had a whole season and they tried to improve a bit, and the relationship with the mother, it was complicated. It didn't make too many steps forward, to be fair, in season 1, but now they are basically back to the drawing board. Yeah, Theo, I think, can much better bond with... In German say Wasserleitung, not aqueduct. Yeah, Arondir does go lift 8 buckets then. I mean, it is humanly possible, but you need to be really strong to carry that. I couldn't carry that many buckets. Here we wonder, what is she going to do with this knife? Strong elf, yeah. I also like the Isildur actor a lot. Isildur's a very interesting character, I feel. I guess I imagine him a kind of a reckless character, because he goes, for example, later to Numenor, steals the sapling of the White Tree, and so on. He does a lot of things right in his life. I feel like the story is a bit unfair to him. He does so many things right, but at the end, he gets his final big test that he has to, and it's impossible for men to pass it. It's impossible. He can't pass the test that is the One Ring. And that is why he dies. Yeah, I agree with you, Amazing Bad Boy. Really, like you right, really, aside from a few details, the whole series could be best told from the jumping off point of season 2. Yes, it could. Like season 1 is completely unnecessary almost. Like they've wasted so much time. Here we get now the big plot twist with Astrid. Like she has this Adar mark, I assume, in her neck. So she also had to swear allegiance to Adar once. And she's now removing it. The question is why? Either she likes Isildur and wants to be with these people, maybe find a new life, find peace. Some assume maybe she's a spy, but I think the spy theory doesn't work too well for me because Adar has currently no reason to spy on Pelargir and Isildur and Arondir and so on. He doesn't care about them. He only cares about Sauron. Yeah, okay, maybe the fire would not be hot. I think the fire would be hot enough to burn you. I think that's... She's not a spy. I don't think so as well. Isildur did nothing wrong. Basically, he did nothing wrong. I would agree on that. The only time he did something wrong is not destroying the One Ring, and then the story would be over if he did. Also, Theo still has the Sword of Galadriel, by the way. Also, how long is he chopping this tree? He makes no progress there. Maybe it's a very hard tree. And it's also the reason why I think if he chops the trees chop back at some point. Yeah, for sure. Things would be worse if he didn't chop or cut off the finger. So I assume this is Ents. The Ents are not happy when you use your axe against the trees. And the Ents are powerful, more powerful than a thing. Late for watch party, you are. We're almost at the end of the episode already. We have maybe 7 more minutes or so. Unfortunately. It really looks like Game of Thrones coronation of High Sparrow in there. Totally the Ents. Yeah. can make popcorn watch alone 8 a.m. darkness by myself. Or 8 minutes of darkness. On the rope of the priest, thanks again to Rosemary, she figured out, with a bit of teamwork, of course, that it is written on his sash, I think you call it, Rise of the Star, I think, on both sides. I think it was. Too small a keyword, yeah. The High Priest is not happy that they continuously interrupt the coronation here. Except, of course, Miriel is a good person, unlike Cersei Lannister. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, maybe the hall could have been more decorated. Still doesn't look too bad, to be honest. Also, the costume of Miriel is pretty awesome, in my opinion. Hello, Germany and England. Welcome. Yeah, we might see the separation of Ents and Entwives to some degree, maybe. Right. I like the look on Elendil's face. He's not happy. Since the rising of the star. Yeah, that's what it said. Referring to the star, potentially, that they followed, which is Eärendil, the father of Elrond. He is the star, basically. Eärendil. Like the star above Numenor is Elendil, is the star of Elendil. Eärendil. Holy moly, I got confused. And just, do you think Elendil, now touching the Palante, also saw the vision of the destruction of Numenor, or not? It doesn't look like it. Dark magic. Stop it. I like the kick of the soldier. Like, I found this funny. And now comes this super confusing eagle, yeah. Spoiler. But we're on a watch party. I assume you already have seen this stuff. Yeah, and if your coronation would be visited by a great eagle, that would be considered a great omen. By the way, according to Tolkien lore, eagles can talk. Just say something, Mr. Eagle. And Farazon just sees his chance, can say, yeah, I just use it. He knows that the eagle is here for Miriel. He looks at Miriel and thinks, oh shit, the eagle's here for Miriel. I have to do something else. And he just walks forward and says, yeah, that's my eagle. We are friends. And the eagle reacts, hey, go away from me, dude. What do you want? I'm not talking to you. Who are you even? Yeah, it's Lord Belzegar. And Belzegar, interestingly, like, it's not the same in the show, I assume, but the name appears also in the lore. Belzegar is, I forgot the name, chat. But he's also a king of Numenor, and he did a lot of conquest, and I think he was the first one to change his name to an Adunaic name. Usually they have Quenya names, the kings, like Tar Miriel is a Quenya name. And he then became Ar Belzegar. And after that, the not-so-faithful king line got stronger, until Tar Palante was kind of an exception. Yeah, and then here, also an interesting scene, the forging, I assume, of the 7 rings. If you look at the forge there are 7 of these things left and right. And then below there are these things where the metal is basically going into. And yeah, from this thing here in the middle, there are 7 left and a total of these device things where the molten metal goes into. It's kind of interesting that Durin said to the elves, yeah, screw you guys, I don't give you the mithril. And then when his own people are at risk, he says, well, here have the mithril, give me the rings. Though I understand his decision. Like, I think it's not a bad, it's a decision potentially against what he believes is right, but that might aid his folk, because he tried all his options, got the stone singers, the best stone singers he had, which is Disa and the 2 other singers, which I don't know if they have names. I think they don't have, just Star Singer 1 and 2. Yeah, Star Singer. Stone Singer. And it didn't work. And he has to do something for this, it works again. Yeah, Beelzebub, yeah, that's also a name. And this is the end of this episode, chat. I press already on stop, because now we're in the credits. So that was our watch party, at least when it comes to watching. Did Sauron switch the mithril for something else? That is a really good question. I don't think so. I think what this scene, the purpose of this scene, my interpretation of it, I could be wrong here. I think the reason why he switches it is that he can take it into his other hand. And maybe he uses this to put in his evil power in the process, in kind of secret. It looks a bit he switches it out, but I don't think so. And I also think it has to do with the camera perspective for the shot when he pulls it into the hot pot. I'm not sure what you want to call it. But if the final shot where he pulls it in, if you imagine it would be the other hand, if he holds the mithril like this in the other hand, you would not be able to see the mithril. So he has to hold it in his left hand for this shot to work from this angle. I assume that is the reason why he switches it. Furnace, yeah, but it's this hot melting pot thing. Like, I don't know what's the term. I think this is more a fictional thing. For the most part. But I'm not too deep into this. A chunk of the Morgoth crown. That's an interesting theory. But if you look at this, what he holds in his hand looks like the mithril piece. Okay, you can't see it. You can't see it, chat. I mean, we have the production here at hand. We should use the power of production, chat. And the power of production is powerful, as you can imagine. Also create the folder for episode 4 screenshots already. Let me see if I even see the screenshot there. Where is it? I found it. Okay, so yeah, here's what I mean. Like in this shot here, I mean, you can see it at least. Let me just move my production here around. Where is it, chat? But that's what I mean, basically. In this screenshot, you see it's definitely what he holds in his hand, this mithril clump. This thing. At least it looks very similar to it. And you see, if he would use his other hand, his fingers would be in the way filming from this angle, so he has to hold it in his left hand. Maybe Sauron is in the show left-handed, whatever the word is. Rings of Skyrim be better. Wouldn't endure to watch 3 episodes of season 1 in a row, so season 2 must be better so far. Yeah, I would agree. It's a hot pot, yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, exactly. He's maybe doing a little prayer before he drops it, for sure. He puts his evil might, and when he drops it, you hear these whispering voices, these evil, dark, whispering voices in the background. I like the bonk emoji. That's a fantastic emoji, GS Skog. I know it's missing because of Skyrim. Hello, Nico. Nice to see you. Maybe it wasn't a small pouch all the time. It's a recycled Pepsi can. That's also not a bad theory, I think. Good opportunity for some product placement. Yeah, I don't know if I have a better screenshot of that scene. But you see, it looks relatively similar to that, in my opinion. So that screenshot I have. Here we have the other scene. So yeah, like a small prayer or something. Yeah, I can see that. However, if that is what is needed for to be counted that Sauron has touched the rings or whatever, and you hear this metal thing, then he already did this with the forging of the 3 rings of power, because he also touched the mithril that was thrown into it. That I find very strange. Like the explanation that this is where the evil power comes into the ring, or where the malice of Sauron comes over the rings of power and so on. Then this was a case already in the 2 rings of power, in the 3 rings of power creation as well. So yeah, right next to me. That was 1 hour and 2, chat. And our watch party. Yeah, they've expressed the infusion of Sauron's will into the rings very poorly, in my opinion. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Joe's, we discussed the orcs having babies seen in the analysis stream, and it is not against the law. Like, orcs also procreate, like, according to, let me just think, it's in the letter of Tolkien, and it's also in the Silmarillion. So just, I can read it again, which it might take a moment to find, though. Okay. I need to I need to search the correct chapter. Which was the chapter? I think the coming of the elves and the captivity of Mordor, Eldemar, the Princess of It's not of men. Which I forgot how it's phrased, chat. That is, I think it is. Which chapter was it, chat? It is of the coming of the elves and the captivity of Melkor, chapter 3. And there it clearly states, for orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Ilúvatar, and naught that had life of its own, nor the semblance of life could ever Melkor make since his rebellion in the Ainulindale before the beginning. So say the wise. So yeah, orcs multiply in the same way as elves and men as well. So it's not, they must have babies, basically. There's also the mention of orc woman explicitly in one letter Tolkien wrote once, 1963. So it's not against the law. That orcs don't want to go to war, you could also make even an argument for, if there's an active Dark Lord that is very powerful, they might not have the will to not go against war, but internally they might not be happy to go to war as well. And just say, yeah, let's get out of here. They also hate the Dark Lord. Like, the orcs hated Morgoth and they hate Sauron. They would love to not be under his will, but they don't have an option, kind of thing. Say no. I would also agree with Amazing Bad Boy. The whole forging process is just not grand enough. I also would have wished there's more focus on it. You know, like these are the most important, one of the most important items in the Second Age and in the Third Age. These Rings of Power. They played such a big role. The whole idea of the book title, The Lord of the Rings, is based on this moment, and I would hope that this show would celebrate it in a way. Like, this must be absolutely epic and everything must lead to it and so on. I feel like, yeah, we just create the rings, snip, here they are, next. It's a bit underwhelming, I would agree. Could have done more with it, in my opinion. It's definitely a difficult thing to do this, but the way that Halbrand previously has touched the Mithril, I'm not sure if I find the screenshot for that, but maybe I can. No, I definitely can't. Because then I have to go to season episode 8. Yeah, here it is. I found it. I've made a screenshot. Here he holds the Mithril in his hands. What is the difference between this scene and the other? Let me just find the other scene really quick so I can switch back and forth between the both scenes. I should have set it up. Like, what's the difference between this and this? Maybe he holds this in his right hand and in the other shot he holds it in his left hand, but I don't see much of a difference. to me it's pretty much the same. So I find it a bit weak that that's all he has to do. Why didn't he do it with the other rings then? Why can Galadriel and, I don't know, Gil-galad be so sure that the rings are free of Sauron's influence? That's just a weird assumption in my opinion. I agree, though it's not easy to depict this, but it would be sufficient to depict it like this, because it has to be subtle, because Celebrimbor is not allowed to notice it. However, I feel like if they show it before and then it doesn't count, and show it again like here and here it counts, it feels kind of stupid. I think it's safe enough to say that Halbrand did something bad there. Potentially, who knows? They have to cast magic when forging. He was praying, he casting a spell. Yeah, there was maybe a small difference in this regard, but he could have cast a spell on at the other occasion as well. You could argue he didn't do it. I haven't seen the full scene there, but there would have been options and opportunities for him to touch the Mithril and do the same, I feel like. I don't really see the reason why it was not done there. Some material can only be cast once. I think people don't like having reasons to emphasize with orcs because they should be 1% evil. Seeing them with more human qualities, people push back. Yeah, that is for sure true, I think, because especially in the Peter Jackson depiction, they are just getting killed in so many different ways, and you never feel sorry for them in any way. Now that you have, like, he's also a father, goes to war, has a baby, and so on, suddenly the perception changes. But I think Tolkien also made the orcs a bit more human in his books as well. Unfortunately, I think making jewelry is very much undramatic. It is, of course. You don't need to heat the gold up because it's so soft. It's fine. It's definitely quite soft. That's true. So you don't need an impressive amount of heat, but it's of course a magic forge thing here, so you can make maybe some elements up. I've seen a version of the Peter Jackson orc scenes where some spoke over the audio with a normal voice, and already they just seem like people. Yeah. Before production of the 7, Anatar bodily entered the entire forge. Was not the case before the 3. Maybe it's with the contact with the forge itself. For you can interpret it this way, but I feel like they don't depict it that well enough for that. The picture looks like a commercial for a shaver. But yeah, chat, what is your I think we asked already, but how did you like the first 3 episodes of season 2? Would you agree that it's better? I think when I read chat right, I think most people liked it a bit more than at least a bit more than what we were shown in season 1, and I would agree. I also like it a bit more. It's still not perfect though. It's not like the best written show ever in existence, but it can reach a point of acceptable. Am I missing something, or are they implying the whole magic and power in the rings comes from Mithril? It seems like it, I guess. Better than season 1, yeah, for sure. Orcs, they are not good, but they are kind of codependent on Sauron and Daenerys to having their wills overridden. Ah, nice. Now in YouTube. Season 1 was 2 out of 10. Season 3, I think you mean season 2, was 4 out of 10. Or maybe even give it a 5 or a 6 or something. I don't know. It depends, I guess, on what you compare it to. Here all people are, yes, here are all the people on YouTube. On Twitch, unfortunately, not much is going on. Season 1 was unbearable. Yeah, season 1 was hard to watch. Like, I couldn't even bring myself to rewatch it. It would have helped for sure. But I could not be asked. I would like to forget that season 1 just exists, to be honest. Now let's hope episode 4 now gets season 2 going further, and now the story kind of takes off and so on. That would be cool. Very curious how we like Tom Bombadil. And I think, yeah, it's just more fun than it was before. Tag for presidency. That would be a dictator. I don't know if money always correlates to quality. Like, if you look at the most successful films of all time, when it comes to money making, and how they potentially, or let's say most expensive films of all time. So on what is on rank 1, chat? Okay, what film could be on rank 1? Most expensive film production of all time. Avatar is Avatar's on rank 9. The last Avatar, the current Avatar film, Way of Water. But good guess. Blues Brothers, unfortunately not. Let's wait if somebody has a guess. I haven't seen Fallout Season 1. It's a very different show, but bring it up because Fallout fans overall love the show, and people that knew nothing tend to like it as well. Adjusted for current... I think it's not adjusted. Or adjusted for inflation, it's the same... It doesn't change much. Titanic is suddenly a bit higher than it was by spoiled something. Yes, Richard the Great is right. Star Wars, The Force Awakens is the most expensive film, adjusted $575 million. Place 2, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. Place 3, adjusted Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger's Tides. Place 4, Star Wars, Rise of the Skywalker. What a one of the worst movies I've seen in my life. Avengers, Age of Ultron, I think that at least was somewhat liked, but that is not a true film classic like Citizen Kane or something, or I don't know, Blade Runner, or what is also good, 2001 Space Odyssey or something. Those films are not even in this list like the good films. So then we have Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End, also not a great, an okay-ish film, but not that great. Avengers Endgame, Avengers Infinity War, Titanic, Spider-Man. Fast and the Furious 10, Justice League, Star Wars The Last Jedi, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, Avatar, Way of the Water, Tangled, Harry Potter and Harry Potter and so on and so forth. Lord of the Rings, I don't know where Lord of the Rings even is. In the adjusted table, Lord of the Rings is not there. The Lord of the Rings film trilogy was the most expensive trilogy, but it's only on place 5. So the point is, these are the most expensive films. So when it comes to, like, Fast and the Furious is on this other list multiple times. And those are fun films you can enjoy. Don't get me wrong. Don't want to hate on Fast and the Furious. But if you think about high quality cinema, I don't know, Star Wars Rise of the Skywalker or Fast and the Furious X would not be the first thing that comes to my mind. Let me go now to the highest grossing films of all times. This is the saddest list you will ever see, kind of, I think. I mean, yeah, is there inflation? I think there is high grossing films by years of release. No, okay, that's different. So, place 1, Avatar. Place 2, Avengers Endgame. Place 3, Avatar The Way of the Water. Place 4, Titanic. Place 5, Star Wars The Force Awakens. Also, not a great film in my opinion. It's the best, I think, of the sequel trilogy, but I guess it depends a bit on your taste, but whatever. It's also not a great film, not at all. Place 6, Avengers Infinity War. Place 7, Spider-Man No Way Home. Place 8, Jurassic World. 9 is actually a good film. Inside Out 2. I think the Inside Out things were actually decent. The Lion King. From 2019 though, not the old Lion King. Place 11, The Avengers. Place 12, Furious 7. Place 13, Top Gun Maverick. That's actually kind of a surprise that it was such a huge success. Frozen 2 on 14, Barbie on 15. Rip Oppenheimer, by the way. Oppenheimer I really liked, just for context. Avengers Age of Ultron, Super Mario Bros. The movies, Black Panther, Harry Potter, and The Deathly Hallows Part 2, Star Wars The Last Jedi, Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom, Frozen, Beauty and the Beast, Deadpool and Wolverine, Incredibles 2, The Fate of the Furious, Iron Man 3, Minions. Like, only because a film was expensive and made a lot of money, it not necessarily means it was a really good film. It's a depressing list. Not a single film classic is on this where you think, okay, I mean, Titanic is a film classic, to be fair. There's some exceptions where we would say, okay, Titanic deserves its spot, I guess, but I don't know, Chad. Like, some people say it costs $1 billion, it's terrible. Yeah, well, there are other films that costed $1 billion and were trash. So, we live in the age of billion-dollar trash movies, unfortunately. And people watch it like crazy, so I guess You say Kathleen Kennedy ruined Star Wars, but Star Wars appears multiple times on this list of the most successful films. Like Force Awakens is at least on place 5 when it comes to money making of all time. And The Last Jedi is place 20. I mean, Rise of the Skywalker is place 39 still. Like, you could say that, but she definitely made bank. I also hate those films, don't get me wrong, but it's not an argument. Like, money and cost is not an argument for quality. It is an indicator that a film that costs a lot has like good visual quality and so on. But not necessarily doesn't mean it's a really good film that is groundbreaking, will change everything, or it has to be a 10 out of 10 film. That's kind of the point. Like Blade Runner or also Citizen Kane is considered one of the best films ever made. To be fair, if you would watch it now without any context, you would just fall asleep because it's a very boring film, I think, for most people. But it's impressive because it was so innovative at its time and so important for its era that is considered one of the best films ever made, but it was a financial flop. Same with Blade Runner was a financial flop. It became a cult classic afterwards. There are a lot of films that did not do that well and were actually pretty good. Not always, but those examples exist as well, in my opinion. In case of Citizen Kane, why it was a flop is a lot more complicated, though. You can basically write, I don't know, in German we would say a Doktorarbeit about this, I don't know what you call this. Like, it's a complex topic you can do research on in an academic field. That's what I want to point out. Yeah, it just shows how many people. I mean, I also watched all 3 Star Wars film dissertation. Thank you. I also watched these 3 films, Star Wars sequel trilogy, like, what is it, 7, 8, 9, and I hated, I wouldn't say every minute of it, but a lot of minutes of it. Like, I found like I was very disappointed by 7 already. Then 8 came. I thought 8 was, at least when it comes to filmmaking, better than 7, but content-wise it was absolute trash and didn't help this trilogy. And because it was so destroying the storyline of this trilogy, episode 9 had to be complete trash, like hell trash. And they gave us hell trash. Yeah, I think Blade Runner is definitely more a film that got like a cult following, kind of. It also was important for the genre as cyberpunk, but cyberpunk is not that an popular genre. Same with science fiction. To some degree, it depends a bit if you count Star Wars to science fiction or not. But let's say the more hardcore science fiction stuff is usually not that popular, and especially cyberpunk is like a very weird type of science fiction. And Blade Runner, the film at least, there's also a book, To Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, that I quite like. But the film lives so much from the visual style it establishes. And that is, my opinion, the hugest part about Blade Runner. It doesn't mean that it has no content, but the groundbreaking thing is establishing this visual style for the genre. I mean, there's more to it, to be fair, but different story, I think. The Last Starfighter failed in a movie theater, but it's a great movie. I think I've not seen that, but yeah, always good example. Tom Bombadil might be like Yoda for Gandalf. Yeah, for sure he will be. He will be like a mentor character. And there's another hint because there's Tom Bombadil in the east. There's another Gandalf hint. Because at the end of Lord of the Rings, maybe I find the passage. Potentially I won't find it fast. But there's a message of Mr. Bombadil at the end of Lord of the Rings where Gandalf visits him. Let's search from the Steward and the King. Bombadil. But if you would know, I'm turning aside soon. I'm going to have a long talk with Bombadil. Such a talk as I have not had in all my time. He is a moss gatherer, and I have been a stone doomed to rolling. But my rolling days are ending, and now we shall have much to say to one another. That is what Gandalf says at the end of The Lord of the Rings about Tom Bombadil. In a little while they came to a point on the east road where they had taken leave of Bombadil, and they hoped and half expected to see him standing there to greet them as they went by. But there was no sign of him, and there was a grey mist on the barrows southwards, and a deep veil over the old forest far away. They halted, and Frodo looked south wistfully. I should dearly like to see the old fellow again, he said. I wonder how he's getting on. As well as ever, you may be sure, said Gandalf, quite untroubled, and I should guess not much interested in anything that we have done or seen, unless perhaps in our visits to the Ents. There may be a time later for you to go and see him, but if I were you, I should press on now for home, or you will not come to the Brandywine Bridge before the gates are locked. This is a chapter, before Homeward Bound is the chapter called. It's the one before the Scouring of the Shire. That is the third last chapter of the Lord of the Rings story. After that is the Scouring of the Shire, and then the Grey Havens, and then it's End. So, since that means, Gandalf could have also learned about Tom Bombadil earlier, but I think what they could also go for is, here is how Gandalf once originally met Tom Bombadil. And that's why they have a connection for it. I don't like Blade Runner husband. That's interesting. Is there a specific reason you don't like a Blade Runner? I'm just curious. Don't want to mock you here or anything. Just curious if there's a specific reason. I can kind of see why one would not like it. I like it a lot. The old Blade Runner, that is. I also like the Blade Runner 2049. I also like quite a bit. But yeah, I think he will learn quite a bit. Speaking of Galadriel, did anyone see Tar, the movie with Kate Blanchett? I love it so much. Nobody's talking about it. I've not seen it. To be fair, it was a bit artsy, maybe. The new movie Blade Runner 2049 actually delves way more into the source book. Yeah, a bit, I think, yes. It definitely has more references than the Blade Runner film is so loosely based on the book that it feels like they're two completely different works with just some few connected similarities, but most of it is completely different. So chat, I hope my stream is still running. What's your prediction for episode 4? So yeah, that's maybe also a good point. We had a stream where we a bit discussed this, so maybe I show you a small spoiler warning. If you haven't seen the preview footage or whatever yet, spoiler warning for episode 4, because I can maybe show you a few screenshots. Just spoiler. Careful. So from the trailer we have gotten with episode 1, and also some of the other trailers. I don't have screenshots of all the trailers, I think. So we are a bit limited here. But yeah, there is this bridge here. Show it in a moment. That's I think this leads to Eregion, because the lamp here looks elvish, and it being destroyed is potentially a strong hint that they're on their way to Eregion. And then a bridge that connects, I don't know, there's a what do you call this? Rift, not a rift, but eine Schlucht, that you have to get over, and the bridge is destroyed. They have to find a different way, have to take like a long detour, and they're in the forest. Let me just see where it is. I hope I have a screenshot of them. It's potentially the biggest spoiler, I assume. Nope. It seems like I did not make a screenshot of that. Oh, there it is. We have this dude here, the Barrow Wight, that appears in this season. And from this perspective, if you look at this, at his hand, he has a chain in his hand. And my call is, I try to find the screenshot currently. Yeah, the messenger. That these chains belong to the Barrow Wight. That's my theory. In my opinion, it's a pretty good call, because there's evidence and so on. Of course, I suspect, I'm not sure if I have a Tom Bombadil screenshot. No, I don't know. There's Tom Bombadil screenshot chat. I suspect that Tom Bombadil will be in the we will see. I suspect that Nori, I'm not sure if it's the next episode or a bit later, they will meet these Harfoots here. The Stewards, the Harfoots will meet the Stewards. That's a prediction. I'm not sure if it's the next episode already. And we know that Poppy gets a girl or boyfriend. I'm not sure. I have to admit, this person looks like a man. Like he looks male. I'm 100% sure, I could be wrong. We will find out. So, there's definitely that. I think one plot has to pause for now. I'm not sure if they will pause Numenor, because in Numenor we also have still the sea trial for Miriel. They're more with the sea monster. I'm not sure if they put it in. I could imagine that do you think the dwarves will pause next? If the dwarves... Okay, we have... The stranger plot will continue. 100% it's called The Elder, or The Eldest, and the eldest is in the Lord of the Rings, Lord Tom Bombadil. Eldest. Don't you know my name yet? That's the only answer. Tell me, who are you, alone, yourself, and nameless? But you are young, and I am old. Eldest. That's what I am. Mark my words, my friends, Tom was here before the river and the trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. He made paths before the big people and saw the little people arriving. He was here before the kings and the graves and the Barrow-wights. When the elves passed westward, Tom was here already. That is a great journey. Before the seas were bent, that's the first age. Well, the sea technically to the point where I still not bent yet. Well, it's a complicated topic. Let's not discuss this. When the elves passed westward, Tom was already here before the seas were bent. He knew the dark under the stars when it was fearless, before the Dark Lord came from outside. So he's even there before potentially Morgoth was on the world, which was very, very early. So that's kind of interesting. So we have the Harfoots next episode. I could imagine they continue the dwarf stuff because they introduced into it, and it would be strange if the dwarf smithing is on hold for an episode, but it could be. If the dwarf stuff is shown here, the question is what other plot they will hold. I would assume they might not hold Galadriel, so that and they usually have only 3 story arcs per episode. So it's Harfoots / Stranger, it is Dwarfs, and Galadriel. Then Numenor is paused again. Though, if they pause the Dwarfs, then it's Numenor. And if they pause Galadriel, then it's also Numenor. I don't think the Dwarfs will be paused, if I'm honest. On the other side, maybe they really pause the Dwarf, because the episode is called The Eldest. And the dwarves getting the rings might also be interesting for a name or something. I don't know. You're in for a treat. Okay, we have to look into this. Thanks for distracting me from COVID. No problem. Get well soon, Rosemary. Get better. Gute Besserung. What are your predictions for Season 4? I try to answer this. Maybe we come back to the screen. I forgot if there's any other prediction I have. I think I had some predictions, but I forgot. What do you think of Dwarfs on Peter Jackson versus Rings of Power Dwarf? I like the way of Rings Powers to Dwarf. Yes, I also like in Peter Jackson, he needed also some counterweight to all the depressing stuff, so he needed a comedy element, and he doomed the dwarfs and Merry and Pippin. So Gimli, basically. Yes, of course, Gimli also has some great moments. I love Gimli in Lord of the Rings as well, but of course it's a bit over the top at times. And here it's more serious. The show has here the hobbits for the counterbalance a bit, and the dwarves maybe to some degree as well, but very little. So I kind of like that the dwarves now have a bigger, or can shine bigger in the show and have a bigger place to be, a much more important role and so on. There are more of them that I really like. The dwarves, I think Rings of Power does really well. Dwarves Rings are more serious, not so much comic relief. Yeah, exactly, as in Peter Jackson trilogies. I agree with Spielkalb. That's true. Also, the Hobbit films, the dwarves get also a bit more serious. I like also the Hobbit film dwarves a bit, but also we have some comic elements. But Peter Jackson also had to adapt like a children's book, so it needs to be a bit more lighthearted in this regard. Sauron already spreads his influence in Eregion, but in the late 90s, people still thought it was as hilarious as inevitable to depict short and fat people as comic relief. Yeah, I think that's true. I wonder, his boots are yellow. Yeah, they showed a picture of him. I don't have it available right now to show you on screen. But I think maybe they weren't. it needed a bit of interpretation to come to yellow there. They were not extremely yellow like the Rings of Power writing here on my thumbnail that you see on the screen currently. Not that yellow. They try to go for a more natural yellow approach, I think. Also, is his jacket really blue? It kind of is. But not as blue as we would wish, I guess. If Peter Jackson did Rings of Power be the #1 show in TV history, maybe, but keep in mind that also the Hobbit films Peter Jackson did, even though, to be fair to Peter Jackson, he had to jump into the project with 6 weeks of preparation because the person who was supposed to direct it left the project in a very short time. So there's that, but also there was a lot of weird stuff added to the Hobbit films. It's actually surprising that they at the end turned out somewhat okayish, and especially the extended edition and so on worked for me a bit better. I never really hated them completely, but I felt like, there was a lot of nonsense in it as well. Wishful thinking. I wouldn't mind if it would have been a girl, but I definitely think if this would be a girl-girl relationship, then I think people would lost their minds quite a bit. So I don't know. Looks, like I said, a bit pretty male to me. Pray for me, I'm eating spicy food. I think they pause the dwarves. Then what other plot do we have? Do we see more Isildur would be an option, or Numenor? The question is, what will they do in Numenor? I think the reason why I think they might pause Numenor as well is because for the next step, maybe they need a bit more screen time and not like some little filler story arc, because the focus will be on the Southlands this episode. I'm 100% sure of that. It's too involved a storyline. They need to dive in it. Yeah, maybe. Light-hearted Hobbit films, yet they proceed to turn 5-page of battle into a 3-hour movie, yeah. But even there was a lot of, even though like some of the stuff in the third Hobbit film is absolutely brutal, like heads getting chopped off, this bizarre gigantic troll being with their legs and arms cut off and replaced by, I don't know, maces or something. That was bizarre. Have you ever watched a Lindsay Ellis Hobbit trilogy documentaries? No, I have not. I would appreciate if we don't dive too deep in this political discourse all the time. Like, the reason why I'm usually not a fan of that is at the beginning, before Rings of Power came out, they had this, what was it called? Intimacy coordinator. What is the correct term? I forgot. But modern production, I said in my video, modern production have that. It is not a sign that it will be Game of Thrones sex scenes all over the place in the show, and it never came to be. So far, we also have not seen homosexual relationships or trans dwarfs or whatever. So the show is pretty tame in this regard. It's just that sometimes the actors, like they went for a colorblind casting approach. With a colorblind casting approach. So we have an actor with a dark skin tone playing an elf. But in the world itself, it's not a dark-skinned elf. It's just an elf like everybody else. It's just played by an actor with a dark skin tone. That's colorblind casting. And people just complain about this all the time. I find it a bit stupid to always pull out the woke card and complain about it when so far it's not that strong in this show, in my opinion. Like, I also don't mind if they would go for this. I don't care. The whole debate always feeds a bit, I don't know. It always brings people shouting at each other, and I don't like that. Some people want to portray it like this, fine. Some people want it the other way, also fine. But it seems like currently Hollywood is going for this. What beard thing again? That Disa has a slight beard. Well, that's in the books. It's not. It's on Tolkien this time, not on Amazon. And then people say we can't. She has not. The beard is not strong enough. And then people also complained it was like a compromise solution. And this has nothing to do with woke. It's simply how Tolkien depicts or describes dwarves. Like, I don't. Just people get angry about all this nonsense all the time. Mutton chops. That's the correct term for it. Yes. The dwarf women have beards in the show, but they have just these mutton chops. Like, you can see Disa having a beard in multiple scenes. It's not a mighty beard like Farazon here on the screenshot, but it's a beard of compromise. Let me just see if I find Disa here somewhere. And some scenes you don't see it, unfortunately, or it's maybe they don't add it to her in all the scenes. I don't know. You need a Disa dwarven scene. That's not wrong. Episode. I have to find an episode where we see Disa better for give you a better screenshot. Disa. Yeah, here in this you, for example, see that Disa has clearly a little mutton chop or whatever to call it. Also, how does it look? How do you look the show through level 1? Well, it's also it so far it's smooth, not as hard as season 1 to watch. Yeah, but people complained about this possibility, and so far we haven't seen any of it, and the show doesn't look like it's really going for it. But just people freaked out because people love to freak out about nothing all the time. And then when nothing happens, they don't apologize and just come and complain about other stupid stuff. But you see here, she has a small beard. It's definitely facial hair is present. It's not that noticeable, to be fair, because it's a compromise of like usually Disa would need a beard like her husband, because people could not differentiate dwarf males and dwarf females according to Tolkien's writings. So the beards have to be very similar. But in the show they say, well, we don't go that strong to direct. Especially people would lose it if they would do it. And it's even though Tolkien wrote that. Think about this. What if you wrote something and somebody else changed it? Well, if he paid me 250 million, I would say, I don't care that much. So it's not like this was done for free. They sold them literally the rights. If you don't want them to change it, then don't sell the rights. Tolkien sold the rights for money in the 60s for film and merchandise for Lord of the Rings and other stuff. And that's on Tolkien then. He could have not sold the rights. But he said, I need some cash. For reasons. Here, I can't imagine that they ever make any movies out of my works, so whatever. Yeah, that's also a good point by Rosemary. It's funny that it's fine to keep relying on LGBT actors like Ian McKellen, Richard Armitage, who plays Thorin, but it's not fine to have two Hobbit girls holding hands for people who would lose it. Yeah, and it's unfortunate the time. I wouldn't mind that, to be honest, but I would not look to forward to my comment section if they would do this. And that's unfortunately a very sad state of mind in a lot of people's I don't know, sad state the world is in, or a lot of people, not all of them, but the problem is I feel like it's mostly a minority that's so loud when it comes to that, but they're very loud and it's annoying as hell. I want to get a curved monitor for my computer. Comment section full of. If that would be the case, I would be very happy if that is true, but the problem is more, I don't know, like when Rings of Power, the first trailers came out and stuff, and this intimacy coordinator, which is common even for kissing scenes and stuff, was announced and so on. Like, people lost it on just this announcement. People lost it already. And then when we had Arondir and so on, like, I never ban people or delete comments in my comment section, except for this time, because people was starting to deny the existence of the Holocaust in my comments. And this is crossing a line that's not even funny. Like, some of the most racial stuff, like racist stuff I've read in ages, just suddenly was in my comment section, which was always awesome. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, all these people come and write absolute terrible things there. And then I don't know what to do. Yeah, it was a crazy time when it came out. It was really tough for me. It was just every day I had to read these comments and delete them. It was just annoying. But whatever. I feel like this, though, I have to admit, season 2, people kind of shot all the ammunition out they had, and now it's relatively silent. A lot of people just don't watch the show and complain, how can you be a Tolkien fan if you watch the show, whatever. I don't care. Like, some people write exactly this. How can you be a Tolkien fan if you watch this show? And then, I will never forget this comment. It was on Twitter or something, or X, or however it's called. And somebody wrote, yeah, they add all this modern policies and stuff to it. And then he made the best example he could have chosen. They added also the invention of golf to it. And I thought, okay, dude, how do you tell all the people that you never read the books? It was hilarious. They add all this modern stuff, like the invention of golf. What is this nonsense? Well, it's in the book, to be honest, but okay. The problem is, yeah, I wouldn't describe it as drastically. I would agree, though, that the writing of the character Galadriel is absolute terrible. Like he had a ton of examples he could have chosen from, but he chose the one that is actually in the book. I think it was about the Hobbit films as well. Like in the Hobbit film, they always started, they added the invention of golf or something like that. It was hilarious. So much about true Tolkien fans and stuff. Like I said, you don't have to like the show. And some parts of it, I agree with Julius, are terribly written. I complain about it quite a lot. But there are also some parts that are decently, and you can have fun. And unfortunately, for us book fans, it's not always easy to... We know so much about these books and we love them so much. We have so much passion for them. And when you see that if a show goes so strongly against what Tolkien actually wrote, it kind of triggers you a little bit. And you have to decide, can you endure the trigger? If not, you should not watch it. If you can, let's hope season 2 gets better and you can get some enjoyment out of it. And what is most important for me always, that it might draw new people into reading the books and look deeper into Tolkien and so on. That would be awesome. Like I was at the German Tolkien Society, and there I heard the story of that people were not into Tolkien before, but watched the show, suddenly became interested, joined the German Tolkien Society, and became active there. That's awesome. Exactly. More John Ronald Reuel Tolkien is always better. And it's not great if we just consistently... We of course, we can and should and must criticize the show for the stuff it does not do great. We try to call it out at times, but we don't have to start a crusade against this, because then we look like the most unwelcoming community ever. That's not great, in my opinion, because when people say, well, maybe Tolkien is interesting, but the community is trash, then yeah. They watch other stuff where the community is not as much trash. Some people even compare us to Star Wars, where it seems people also consistently are arguing with each other. And that's not great. It would be better, like I said, you can criticize it, you can dislike it, but you can at least respect that some people might enjoy it to some degree, that it might draw in new people, and you can be welcoming to them as well and not saying, no, you have no clue and you should go away because you like the show or something. There is just such a narrow-minded approach to this that's mind-boggling. I also had to, like Spielkampf, I said it also in my review/critique video, I have to put aside what I know about this show and what I know about the book at times, and ignore that season 1 existed. Just focus on, okay, I know what is in the books, I recognize the references, I appreciate the references, but this is pure fan fiction, basically, for me, and then it maybe kind of works. I like Jar Jar Binks. Throw Star Wars people hate me for it. I'm quite good at separating the lore from the show in season 1. It mostly bothered me. It was badly written. Yeah, that's the problem of season 1. It was not that greatly written. No, exactly. I hate season 1 too, but going around yelling about it, especially yelling about it non-stop, is not my idea of a good time. Exactly. Yeah, it was expensive, but we had a small discussion earlier that expensiveness, if that is even an English word, like the price of a show, the production cost of a show, is not always or of a film is not always an indicator for quality. Of like if you go just Google the most successful films when it comes, or the most expensive films of all time, you will notice that films that are really, really good are not even close to this list. Like Star Wars, The Force Awakens is on basically pretty far on the top. And it's one of the worst films I've seen in my life. But I mean, it's not as bad as the other two films that came afterwards, especially the last one. I mean, the second one is maybe debatable, I guess, but whatever. Don't want to complain too much about Star Wars here. So yeah, it can happen that something is expensive and badly written. But it's I agree though, it's unfortunate that the show is so badly written at times, and I hope they get a bit rid of that and it gets better. Like, I'm very forgiving by now. Like, if the show just gets from, I don't know, 4 out of 10 to a 6 or 7 out of 10, it would be a massive improvement. And I would be happy already. I don't expect, like, the best show that was ever produced. Yeah, that is of course true. If you have, like, a bad or a low-priced show, nobody cares. But here a lot of people do, for sure. I mean, you see, I like the actors, I like the visuals, the set pieces, the costumes, the music, and the score and so on. Everything is awesome in the show, except for the writing. It's very unfortunate. It would have so much potential. Just imagine what they could achieve if they had an actual good script with this amount of talent that is clearly present in all the other areas of the show. That's the only thing that somebody can make you sad a bit. On the Tolkien forum, it seems like the old timers hate the Peter Jackson movies. Yeah, they hate them. The Peter Jackson movies also got a lot of complaints when they came out. Maybe not as strong as the reception here, because internet and social media was much smaller back in the day. But still, people also complained about a lot of things. And there's also things you can criticize, especially in the theatrical cut of the Peter Jackson films, which I haven't seen in years. So I looked a bit into some of them. Didn't we watch a theatrical cut here together? I forgot. Middle-aged people love Peter Jackson movies. I expect today's youngsters will love Rings of Power. Yeah, potentially. I don't know if they will, but if it would be well written, it would be for sure better. Have you guys seen Rings of Time? Lord Insanity. Books weren't that great, but the show is so bad I can't even express absurdity of it. Well, I think they are so far in the weeds, there's no saving. I don't know, at least they already improved, in my opinion, a little bit. So maybe they can save it to some degree. We will see. Yeah, so often the dialogue in Rings of Power is unfortunately quite Game of Thrones Season 8, which is very sad. A few silver linings, I assume, in the new season, though, I have found. Yeah, for sure. Those Rings cartoon films are bad. Someone like it or likes them. Yeah, I would agree. Like some of the cartoon stuff is also not that great. There's some stuff to like, but also some stuff to dislike about them. Not sure how controversial that is. But when people want to watch Lord of the Rings, they usually would watch the Peter Jackson film and not the old cartoons. The animated films. I've seen Wheel of Time season 1. All I remember is Rosalind Pike having a female love interest. Tried to watch Wheel of Time 3 times and I didn't came past the first quarter of an hour. Wow. Yeah, stop asking too many personal questions here. Joes, please. You and I stay 20-year-old, you have 6 kids already. I don't think so, to be honest, but it might have. my mother watches Harry Potter and don't want to watch Lord of the Rings. She thinks it's the same thing. I can't change her mind. She's locked on that. That's actually cool. Yeah, I'm not into Harry Potter at all. I don't even know how book readers perceive the Harry Potter films, for example. It would be the same for me. Like, it's very rare that somebody gets in kids in his early 20s. Mostly it's 30s. That might be even more extreme in Germany because we have a very old population. Like, my generation is not good at bringing a lot of children into the world, me included. I think the United States has actually a pretty decent amount of young people, which is like a huge advantage that the United States have. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there are some strange editions of Lord of the Rings. When it comes to book editions, like they published, it feels like 1 billion of those. Yeah, I think in my bubble also the Peter Jackson films are quite popular. I wonder if we get the story of Damrod the troll. Or is he just good for fight scenes? I'm very curious. They at least mentioned that he also looks for Sauron, so we might get a little bit more. He has even his own intro song in the score, so I would assume we might learn a little bit, but I don't think it will be too in detail, if that makes sense. Yeah, that kind of fits, I would say. UK is average for the first woman to have their first child 30.9, in Germany 30.4. And we have this problem, it's not a German only problem, it's very common in a lot of Western countries, plus Japan, and I think also South Korea. Yeah, they definitely have to explain why he has an elvish name, even though if it's a fitting name for, like, Metal Hammer is a pretty good name for a troll, maybe. Yeah, Damrod is elvish. It's Sindarin. Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings, we call him Bob. Yeah, in the German Tolkien stream, I called him Bernd. In the German Tolkien Society stream we also joked a bit about the name. Because, yeah, the classic trolls are called Bert, William, and so on. What's the other name of the other troll, chat? William, Tom, and Bert. I'm not sure what the German translation is for that. Potentially very similar. Okay, William is called Bill. It makes sense, I think. And the other Bert and Tom, so these names were kept. Only William was made shorter to Bill, it seems. So I think he in the US version, or in the not US, in the English version, he might also be called Bill at times, right? William Huggins. I love that the troll has a common last name. Yes. Okay, that story is interesting. In middle school, Lord of the Rings, I copied a poem out of the books and turned it out of desperation for a class. The teacher kept it and read it in front of the whole school. Oh. I made my aunt paint 4 drawings for my school project at 11 years old, not realizing they were going to be submitted for competition. Gosh, they won class, city, and then state competition. Now it is hanging in a museum. The shame of it. My family laughed their heads off. We are partners in crime. Definitely. So that means that your aunt is really good at painting. It's a cute panda eating bamboo leaves. But yeah, no, Chris is good at painting. A prodigy, in fact. Yes, she is, and I went to art school for 15 years. I can draw very well. I'm just lazy. Oh, awesome! And not that you are lazy, but that you can draw very well. I'm also lazy often, so I can relate. The death metal theme song for Damrod the Troll is very trollish lyrics. You might want to look them up. And we have to look into this if we learn more about this in the future, I think. And it was 4 drawings. Okay. So the question is, chat, is there anything left that we can discuss? Because for me it's 3 a.m. and in 6 hours from now comes the new episode. Then I have to be up and watch it and then make content. So I would prefer to go to bed soon. I did not expect to stream 5 hours today, or almost 6. Like 5 would be okay, I think, but 6 is getting a bit much. Not because I couldn't stream longer, chat, simply because I need to get up in 6 hours, less than 6 hours. So that's a problem. So as a result, I have to call it a day, chat. One of them won these competitions. Okay. Fair enough. It's late here now. We too have the same time zone. That is true. By partner and crime. So yeah, people, I hope you enjoyed this here. And so on. I of course didn't update anything, so it's still old credits, but whatever. Shoutouts to all the people, of course, who subscribed. I'm not sure if good old Schnack is on the list. And who got a channel membership and so on. Tier 2 is needed to be on this list here, because I had to come up with some rewards for the different tiers. Next watch party. Yeah, that's a bit difficult to tell. If we look here at the fantastic community vote, we still have time to vote for it, chat. All things considered. Let me just put this here on the different screen. Community vote. We have a vote when to watch the next episode. We have quite a few votes already for it, but you can vote here when we watch the next episode. Currently, I just wait till the credits are through. I can do the production thing here. So currently the votes are 46% don't want a watch party at all. So it's a surprisingly large amount of people actually that did say no, we don't want any watch parties. Still, more than 50% want a watch party that are the others. They can't just agree on a date. But the most people, 25% of those 54% who want a watch party, voted for I want a watch party for each episode 1 day after release. So that would be Friday. So I would say if I'm not that busy Friday, that's always a bit dependent. We try to hit Friday for the next watch party for this. We only have one episode, it's 1 hour, so in theory we can have a shorter stream, chat as if, but we can try at least. Friday sounds good, okay. Even Titanic. Yeah, but if you prefer a different thing, maybe you can vote there. For the first 3 episodes, because it's 3 episodes, it's 3 hours to watch. You see, if you talk a bit after this, you easily stream 5 hours. That's quite a time investment in this context. Further, I was still busy covering the 3 episodes. I didn't even manage to make all the videos I wanted to make about these. And yeah, that was kind of to be expected, if I'm completely honest. Nonetheless, that is currently the plan. So the next stream, though, we might do an analysis stream for episode 4 on later on Thursday is the name of the day. So my plan is I do it like last time. I watch the episode. If there's something to report or something special to discuss, I make a video about this. Maybe a first impressions video. Maybe something, these are the highlights of this episode, or this 5 lore things you completely missed, or some stupid stuff like that. And yeah, then I maybe work on a bigger review again for this episode in the context of the others and so on. Stuff like that's planned for content when it comes to episode 4. Then we will watch it on Friday, I guess, if nothing comes into the way. And on Sunday, not Saturday, on Sunday I will be... Is it Sunday? Let me just look on my calendar. I think it's Sunday, if I remember correctly. I will be also invited again by the German Tolkien Society. 8th of September. German Tolkien Society. I don't know the time though. Is it 19 or 20? I can't remember. I think it's 19 German time, 19 o'clock. So 7 p.m. Yeah, 7 p.m. Then I'm as a guest on the German Tolkien Society stream again for the German speaking here, and then we will discuss the episode there as well. This time a bit more relaxed without having this massive amount of episodes always in the neck. If nothing stops me from doing it, there will be an analysis live stream tomorrow as well. Maybe in the evening or so, because I need to watch it, produce some content, and sleep at some point, because I will be a bit tired. For sure. Whatever works for a TPG. I watch everything. Some might suggest season 1. I think nobody will suggest season 1, to be honest. We appreciate you. Thank you. I also appreciate all you people and your help and support here for this channel. Like I said, always recommend me further and so on. If you haven't pressed the like button yet, maybe feel free to do this. Leave a comment when this stream is ended, and we only have a VOD if you want. I think for live stream VODs, it's not that important to leave comments there. I mean, if you have questions or anything to add, feel free to do so. It doesn't hurt. Maybe check my review for episode 1, 2, and 3 that is out since today. And yeah, we see ourselves later on Thursday. Is it Thursday? Yes, it is. I did. Awesome. Thank you. Much appreciated. And yeah, for those people who are not subscribed yet, feel free to subscribe. And if you don't want to be notified by my Rings of Power stuff, unsubscribe till, let's say, the 10th of October or something, and then subscribe again. Because then I stop my coverage, most likely, of this show. So win-win, I think. But yeah, thank you people for watching. And I would say have a fantastic rest of the day, a good night, sleep well, and all this stuff. See you people next time. Goodbye.